So here we are. Ren admitted she did. Alright. Hello, Eden. Hello again. And it is daytime, so we can go. First I'm going to set my respawn point. Because I was doing a little bit of work, was it yesterday? It was yesterday, it was last night. I was doing a little bit of work around spawn, which I will show you. Hello Hector, hello Bruno, hello Bennett. My farms, what's gonna happen on Thursday? Well, you're gonna have to see. I'm not gonna spoil anything. But, getting into character. On Thursday, I just hope that everything will be okay. I mean, now we have some, we have some items that we didn't before. We've gone on some explorations that, nobody outside the inner circle needs to know about. And we found some very interesting things, and I hope that it will lead us to Matt somehow. And be able to find an answer for what happened to him. I don't think he's dead. I don't. But I want to keep up hope that he'll come back. Or he'll send help for us if he, was able to make it out. Or at least if he knows some more information that we do. Which he seemed to have. He seemed to have that information because of the journal that he left behind. Which has kind of helped me with my new theories. And a lot of it that I need... Do you have evidence proving he's not dead? We don't have evidence of that. But I want to believe that he's not. So... I mean, because he's like a brother to me. And I don't want to, think about losing him. It would be devastating to Kano and Mousy, who he just signed the adoption papers for them. And Mandy was devastated. And, she got up and left when Mousy and I told her. But, I mean, at least his thoughts may be correct about Mirage and about... Too bad I don't have the book on me. That way I could see a little bit deeper into his mindset without recollecting stuff. So, I'm gonna write down some things in my book that I want to talk to Kano about. So, yeah, so this is from here, and then I'm gonna think about what I wanna talk to him about. So first I want to, conversation. So I want to talk about Zoe. Just to have all the points here. Of course, I'm going to be actually, talking to him. I feel like we can find a safe place to have a conversation. But regardless of that, I want to have it down in my mind so that way I don't have to just pull it out of nowhere. So when it comes to Zoe, so her and I had an hour-long conversation about her working for Levi and being a freelance coder. And suddenly, when we go to talk to Kano about it, she snaps, and she becomes a different person. Yeah, I mean, she started doing the pranks and stuff. Flying people into the air, almost killing them. And sometimes actually killing them. So, and that's completely contrasting with the way that she was with me, and she didn't try any sort of, you know, funny tactics. We just sat down and we had we had a conversation. And it was, you know, it was normal. And then she heard these screams and it was different. Let's actually go in here. I usually have a little bit of a better mind space when I'm in here, thinking about this stuff. So, let's see, so he said that she helped create this world. Hired by Levi, during beta. She doesn't know Lauren or any of the, or any other coders during that time. Except for Eve. She could have made the program to trap player codes in the server, question mark. I don't know about that one, but we can get into that. She could be responsible for the voices. Again, that's a question mark. That's something we talked about. I don't think we need this intensive music right now. Well, we're just thinking about theories and thinking about thoughts. She is an AI because she sleeps in the aether and is likely being controlled by Haven and or Mirage. At certain moments. What else? Zoe wanted to ask Kano about his ritual process. I don't know if this might help her put plans. I don't know if she has plans or anything like that. Yeah, she can't step too close to bedrock. She can't say certain names, particularly Ash, Mal, Shen. Okay. Now this one is about Mirage, which I can't really say much of this out loud because I don't want it to ruin. I don't want it to really ruin our plan here. This is this top one is something that Matt had alluded to in his journal, which is interesting that he would have thought about that because this isn't necessarily something we talked about during our conversations about Mirage and Haven. But maybe he came to that kind of conclusion before. I mean, the exact wording is that Matt thought the corruption was connected to the virus. But my further thought is this. Because if, so, let me continue showing. connected to this point. Which I will again cover with Kano. I don't know about that one. That's something I can talk about with him, with Kano. Yeah, this next point is the big one that which makes the most sense to me. Which I talked about with Mousy. And that's why it could be connected to the rituals, because... Oh. That's... I literally just thought of another point. Let's read that for... why the rituals would be affected. Why the rituals would influence the bedrock to spread. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah. This is again what Mousy and I talked about with Mandy a few weeks ago. Started to join. Maddie became more malicious and did more harmful pranks. Huh. Yeah. You know what? That makes a lot of sense. If the virus is here within her, then it makes sense why she refuses to hear me out. I'm like, you have potential to change. And she's like, nope, I can't. I won't. And that, if she can't, this could be the reason why. Maybe I'll get her to stop laying off Lauren. Who's the virus? I mean, my theory is this. This top one is my theory, but I could be wrong. Levi said that he was the one who made the virus, but I don't know. I don't want to say anything about maybes or potentials about her joining our side, because I don't think that's likely. I mean, I had the conversation with her. I tried to sympathize with her. And then Matt disappeared. And Lauren told me, how could you have sympathy for somebody who took your friend? And that made me reconsider a lot of stuff. But there is the tiniest amount in my head about her changing, because I feel like she has potential to be a better person, even if she's not an actual person. I think she feels guilt about killing people. She only ever killed 2 people. One of them, or at least that we know of, one of them being Adam, and another being Mousy. I mean, Mousy was obviously not a permakill, but it's not like she killed me while I was stuck with her. I honestly doubt that she... If it were up to Mirage, I don't think Matt is dead. If it were up to Mirage, Matt is alive. If it were up to Haven, that's a different story. What if Mirage murdered Mao? I don't think so. I don't think that's the... I mean, we don't really know anything about Mao, besides for that she's Mousy's sister. Just to save it. Okay, what else can I write down? Oh yeah, and then there's the whole thing about the signs. I went to see the signs underneath the cafe on Thursday before the party, and I thought of this. Yeah. Okay, I think that's all that I can think of right now. I can go back to the... So all of this I'll talk about with Kano. If I can get... If I can get him and I in a safe place. And then there's the whole thing about this, which I still don't get, because, again, we don't know anything about Haven. And I don't really want to bring up, I don't really want to bring up Haven, the theory that Matt and I have about Haven, to Kano. Because I don't really want to have it brought up to Mousy, that, like, it might be her sister. I don't really want to do that. On a scale of 1 to 10, how correct have your theories been so far in Eden from this arc? Oh boy. You know what? I'd honestly say like a 7. I feel like I've been pretty on track with what's, you know, been potentially going on. Mirage was a blindside to me, so I'm gonna say that's like 2 or 3 points deducted. But everything else I've been like pretty close, which is really surprising. But yeah, the fact that Mirage was here and I completely like ignored it was a huge blindside. And it really screwed me over, because then I got trapped by her, and the whole thing with me being in that box for a month. So yeah, not fun times, but we're past that. And now we need to focus on getting Matt back, and figuring out this whole deal. She screwed all of us? Yeah. But I mean, and with these notes and what I'll talk about with Kano later, there may be an opportunity for that to be different. And there may be an opportunity to get some actual help. Because right now, all we're going off of are theories. And obviously now the computer, but you know, we can only get so much information out of it. And we can only do 1 task a week, basically. And if we do 1 task a week, then it slows us behind. So I hope that either we can upgrade the computer or something, or be ahead of the game, or know what we're doing, which I want to be able to do that. I've been trying to do that, but yeah, I mean, I've been trying. So let me get just make sure. Happy Monday! Happy Monday. Okay. I'm gonna just make sure I got all my notes. I got my... Let's put my vote back here, and so that way I can have all of the things here. Okay. Just make sure that... Good. Right. So, I will go ahead and show you guys what I have been doing at Spawn. It's been very basic, but I worked on it for a few hours last night while Gabe was on. So first of all, I lowered this by 1. I flattened this entire section. You know how this was kind of not flat? It's flat now. And this is what I did last night. My intention is to build an archive on here. I'm still not sure exactly what design I want to do. I may have to work on it off of the perspective. I may have to basically work on it off screen. But it's what I'm thinking is that there probably will be an entrance, like a side entrance over here, and then the main entrance will be like here or something. So it'll be, you know what? I honestly I don't know. But it's gonna be like a long hallway sort of deal with like a dome, like a glass dome sort of roof. That's what I'm thinking. So it's a nice building with a glass dome. And I also wanted to go to mesh with all the different kinds of builds, because it is kind of all over the place right now in terms of the type of wood that they've got going on in these builds. Like, I have spruce here, and then there's like willow wood and blossom wood, umbrin. I'm pretty sure that we did dark oak on that. That's this is like jungle wood. And then that's, you know, also spruce down there. And what is the barn? That's the blossom wood. That's something else. That's a different wood. But I'm gonna have to figure that out a different time because I don't have the mental energy to build today. I'd rather talk and just vibe and figure out what to do next. Even though it will take a while to deal with all of this. You know, we'll be able to get through. We'll get through. So, today is about thinking and reflecting and hoping that whatever plans that Cano and Lauren have. Oh, Lucario's here. Where's Lucario going to? Hello, Lucario. Wave. I don't know if you see me. Wave. Wave. He's totally in a chest. Whoop. Hello. Can I join? I think it's also a good time to have chat. See what he is up to. Cool. Hey.
Hello.
How's it going?
What you up?
I'm just kind of hanging out. I came to spawn to show the bubbles what I had done to the area next to my treehouse. Have you seen the flat area that I did? It's probably not even noticeable. You literally run past it every day. So notice how these blocks are on top.
What the stuff?
Of it now. That's because I got rid of the grass that was next to it. So now it's on top. It doesn't make it look as good, but when the bedrock is eventually removed, which I hope it is, you won't have to walk up like 2 different hills to use a path.
And now it just spawns on top and not just correcting the ground.
No, it's not. It didn't spawn on top. I did this.
Oh.
There was grass here, and I took out the grass, and now it's just bedrock.
Oh, I thought it, like, grew again.
No.
Like, what?
No, there hasn't been any new bedrock. Which is good. Which is really good.
It's weird seeing the town hall again.
Yeah. But it's nice. It's good. So, yeah, I did this. I flanned it out last night. Because I'm gonna make a big build here. Or at least a semi-big build.
Looks good, though.
Yeah. I'm making an archive for books. It's in my nature to make a sort of library, so...
Isn't that what this is?
A library? Well, it was, but I am gonna have too many books for that space now. So I gotta upgrade.
I never told you about what happened after when we arrived at the place that we went to on Thursday, right? I think I've only told this to Fang, Kano, and Gabe and Mouse.
No, I
kind of
I don't know.
kind of a weird situation. When we arrived at what we think is Mirage's old place,
Yeah.
I started feeling a pain in my legs,
Oh.
which isn't very happy because
That's not good.
that has the. I don't think it means too much, but I just
Hmm.
I think Mirage and them are trying to mess with my legs. I hope they
Yeah.
don't take.
They might be. Something like that happened to me. So when I first arrived, I couldn't go in the water.
Oh,
You know, some people joked around saying that I had a water allergy, but it was something with the code. Basically when I had entered, when Eve had put me in here originally, there was some sort of glitch in my code. And I couldn't go into the water until Levi found out and basically fixed it. And that was, but I had to wear netherite armor in order to go into the water. Netherite with respiration to go into the water. So, I mean, I think it could be one of
it's
them messing with
interesting
you.
that it only started when we arrived at that location.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I didn't expect to see a place like that, and we still don't know what the TNT says.
Right. Oh, that's right. That's right, I forgot about that. Okay. Yeah, that's true. Hopefully we'll find out soon. But we probably shouldn't be out in the open while we're talking about this.
Just thinking. Mobs.
Yeah. Well, mobs and the fact that Mirage is always watching and probably is watching right now. We don't.
Raj, you heard nothing.
You heard nothing. You want to move? Let's. I don't know.
We can go into town hall finally.
Yeah, let's go in town hall.
It's not bordered by a bedrock.
Nope.
Oh, they got rid of the sign.
I think Mirage heard it. We don't say anything. But yeah, I mean that really sucks. I mean, hopefully it doesn't get worse. I mean, clearly you're still walking now. Does it hurt when you walk?
It hurts a little, but
Okay.
it's kind of just a small sharp pain that just started. We
Right.
arrived.
Do you want to try? I have some potions. Are you willing to try a potion to see if it helps at all?
Could try. I don't know.
Okay.
It's like if it's magic, I don't know how it. I don't know how the pain started.
Yeah, cause when I was doing experiments with Kano, cause before the reset, I was trying to figure out how I was able to go in the water without the armor on. And we were doing some experimenting, and I figured out that a water breathing potion actually helped. So it could be some sort of potion may help, at least numb the pain until we can figure out a long-term solution.
I'm just hoping it doesn't lead to worse.
Yeah, I agree. I have regen. I have strength potions. Swiftness potions. Healing. I'm trying to think of what would work the best in your case. Maybe strength? Being able to have the strength to keep on your feet?
I don't know. I've never had any situation like this.
Maybe we can ask Kano.
Straight.
That might be a good idea. Yeah, he might know.
But he's not on. That's the only.
Yeah. Well, we can wait for him, but yeah, that could definitely be an option to help you out. And maybe once we get through all this madness,
Hopefully
they can do
it'll
some
go.
research about it within the thing that they have.
The only thing is, I just don't want it to get worse.
Yeah.
And I don't know what kind of power Mirage and have.
I mean, Haven's the one in control, really.
Yeah.
So, I think
And
until...
we barely see them, so
Yeah.
you never know what they can do.
I think until we see her again. And then we can ask what kind of tricks that she's playing on us.
Next time, hey man, can you like stop causing pain to my legs?
Yeah, I mean that's interesting. Considering that you don't really have much to do with the whole grand scheme of things. But yet
That's
she's
why it
still
shocked me when we
targeting you.
arrived at that area.
Yeah. Or maybe you do have a connection with something.
That's why, like,
Yeah.
I know Kano and them said they had like, and like maybe there was like a past of connection or something that I don't know about.
Matt and I came up with a theory before he got taken about the idea that everybody who has joined Eden are connected to each other in some way. Either to a person or something else having to do with the program of Eden. I mean, your connection is right now, as far as we know, possibly through Levi. And maybe Mirage doesn't like that.
Ugh.
Maybe she's taking it out on you.
Thanks.
Yeah.
I do one mission and it causes me emotional damage for the rest of my life. And like mental and physical damage.
Unfortunately, that can't really be helped. But I mean, we're here to support you, regardless.
Yep. It's not like I have anywhere else to go. We're kind of just stuck here.
Yeah.
Maybe
but I mean, go ahead.
I was thinking, like you guys said, maybe I have some sort of connection. Maybe like I don't know. I don't know anything about like the spirits and like Doctor. Like maybe he would know if I have a connection.
Did you?
But you know,
I don't know if you ever met him.
I've never met him. I've met only the spirits that have messed with us, and then Adam and Sin spirit.
Is Lucario your name outside of Eden?
Yeah.
Okay.
Kind of just kept with.
Yeah.
To make it easier.
Yeah. So, I'm not sure if the name Lucario has been brought up to Dr. Poe at all. That's actually interesting to look into, in case the two of you may have some sort of connection. We also never learned where Dr. Poe's family was. Do you have any, like, siblings or parents or other family members or friends that, like...
I have a brother and a sister, but I don't exactly... I haven't talked to family in years.
Right. I was gonna ask if you had any family that suddenly disappeared some years ago. But if you haven't really talked to them much, then you wouldn't know. I kind of stopped talking to them
because they didn't agree with that. They didn't like the whole idea of me doing exploration and adventuring as a job because it's so dangerous.
Right.
And we know where that got me.
Yeah.
Paralyzed in my leg.
But I mean, as long as... Did you enjoy doing it?
I did. Fun. That's why I came to Eden originally. Was to explore and be able to do that again. But you know, then this Mirage person came by and started messing with.
Yeah. It would be real shitty of her to take that entirely from you. real shitty. You hear that?
Go away. Don't mess with me, please. Don't mess with any of us. Just let us go.
But I mean, Mirage has, like, as almost as much as she hates Lauren, she hates Levi. Almost just as much.
Just great. Yay.
Yeah. But I mean, I also don't know if going to that location on Thursday either, you know, prompted her to do something, but I don't think
that's when it started, is when we arrived in there.
Yeah.
That's why I said to everyone I felt like a fear that I haven't felt since I was paralyzed.
Right.
It's just an odd coincidence that it happened when we arrived there.
Maybe it wasn't her. Because how could she have known that we were there? I mean, we were trying to be pretty discreet. She definitely could have found out, but if she did, then she'd know that we have the thing. So...
I mean, if she does ever, and she were to go back there, she'd find out, because I mean, unless that TNT means nothing.
There was nothing
I think
else.
that's the only... Yeah. Seemed like it was abandoned.
Yeah, it did look like that. There's a theory that, it might be from Beta. That it got, like, suddenly transplanted into here. And that's why it's so far. Because it happened in the other world, too.
Oh? Where things just came from Beta?
Yeah. So basically, we were... Oh goodness, I don't remember exactly how it went down, but we got some, like, coordinates. I think specifically Lauren got coordinates. And there was a group of us, and we traveled out to this location. It turned out to be basically the equivalent of spawn for Beta. But it was only the spawn.
Oh.
So... there definitely could have been other elements of Beta that...
Wait!
Hold up!
Alright, beside the Beta... That caught me off guard instantly.
Did he...
Huh?
Is he in the place that we left him?
Mini-map?
Could...
Fuck, that scared the fuck out of me. Up.
Oh.
Oh, it was good seeing him. At least we know he's not dead. Hopefully.
That was weird.
Where'd you guys leave him?
We were at the, at Nova's place.
Don't think he left anything, do you?
I don't know.
Why'd everything happen? Why does this happen when no one else is here?
I don't know.
We're gonna look crazy. Watch.
I don't know. Yeah, we're gonna be like, oh, Matt was here for a second.
Oh, Matt just joined for a second and then he left.
And they're gonna be like,
Didn't say
what?
anything.
Nah. But he's not here now. Yeah, it's... Wait, which... Nova's place. So we were in the correct direction.
Oh, come on. I thought it was gonna be a normal chill day.
I hope that was supposed to happen.
That part of me is like...
I hope we didn't overreact.
Look like anything's here. Oh, he's back.
So he was, like, right here. He was in, like, this exact spot when I left him.
Oh, man. I don't normally get nervous, but when it's to do with friends, kind of puts me on edge.
Right. No, same. I totally get it.
My, like, nerves are just doubled now knowing that Matt just randomly.
I don't know. Matt? Matt, are you around here?
Matt.
And he's still on. I mean, that's a good sign, right?
It lasted longer.
And I mean, he's on again. So that means that maybe it was intentional.
But see, at first I was like, was he supposed to jump?
I don't. No, I'll sleep as well.
Totally doesn't freak me out. Like, I don't get scared, but like...
It's just, it's, oh, you picked up my bed. Thank you. It's just, it's a bit confusing, that's all. Especially since he's been gone like a month.
I hate to say it, but you know, like, could have waited like a few more, and maybe 30, 20 more minutes. Kano could have got here.
Well, I mean, oh goodness, where could he be? Where could he be?
Surely he wouldn't be at the area we were.
Back at spawn?
No,
Oh, back there?
Yeah, but I have
Oh
a memory
boy.
of a fly and don't remember the nether portal. Oh, time to make a 1,000-block trip all the way.
I didn't save it, but I can find it. Because we went
Volcanoes.
south. I think it's...
We went
yeah,
far.
it's right
To be
here.
fair, we got lost that one. Doesn't look like he's over there.
Also, I found the location, but I don't know. I mean, we would have to go, but like,
It doesn't. It feels like
don't
a trap.
yeah, I don't feel like it's worth it, especially going just the two of us. So,
See ya.
is there a chance that he's at his house? Do
We
you want to
can
check his... Is there a chance that he's at? Like, I want to think of, like, all the possible places.
You know, if you can hear me, don't be playing no games.
Well, it may
You know,
not be up. It may not be up to him.
What if
Like,
it's not Matt?
That's also a thought. It
Hey,
could
Mirage,
be,
you're
it
playing
could be
Matt.
Mirage pretending to be mad, and maybe she hasn't been listening to us because she's starting to pretend to be mad. I don't know.
Oh.
Maybe we got a little lucky, but I doubt that's the case. But yeah, at least we can look and see if there's anything, or I don't know.
It is him. We got a whole story to like learn. See where he.
Exactly. Okay. Here's his place. Okay, I'm not really seeing any signs of life so far. Oh, he got a gift. I think I noticed that
Okay,
earlier.
Chris.
Matt?
Hello, Matt. Whoa. Bug.
Is he down here? Matt? Oh, I'm not saying anything. We were freaking working on this enclosure like either
Horrible.
I think it was even hours before he disappeared. So
Give me the potential, but like, he can't speak on it. He must be. I feel like he's trapped somewhere.
yeah.
You now have hope that he's probably not dead.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is better news than we've gotten for a month about him. So I think we wait for Kano to get on and maybe he can find a location.
Mm-hmm. Oh, bye, Matt.
Oh,
Damn.
well. Oh well. I'm gonna sneak back into Matt's place and I'll be right back. You can entertain the bubbles if you would like for just a couple of minutes.
Okay. Well then, Bubbles, it's nice to see you guys. You know, we seen Matt for a good few minutes, few seconds, minutes. I don't know. Hope your guys' day is well. Hello, Bubbles. Going good. That's, you know, now we got a situation. Matt is either not supposed to be here, or he was here. I'm good. Unless it's not even Matt. That could end up not actually being Matt, and that could have been Mirage. Mirage could be stalking. Mirage, give me back, my friend, please. Our friend. Just give Matt back. I don't think she's listening right now. I hope we can find a way to... He didn't respond. It's Mirage. Very well could be Mirage. He's got a nice place. Matt, come back. Tell us where you are.
I returned.
Hello.
Oh, I'm guessing Matt is not back though.
He left.
Yeah. Yeah, since there's been no other messages. Okay, well, I mean, I don't really know. It looks like so the bubbles were chatting with you a little bit.
Yeah.
They were saying hi. Agree with you. Maybe Mirage is pretending to be Matt. Yeah, that's definitely potential, especially
Considering
yeah,
they've done it.
But I mean, at least we will be more aware of if she tries anything.
Yeah.
I also don't think she can necessarily replicate Matt's personality. I don't think she's, like, truly, like... I don't think she can really get into that mind space, you know? Matt is very unique.
Yep.
So, yeah, I don't know.
The thing that makes me more believe it was him is that he didn't respond.
Yeah. Which, I mean,
Because you said when you were trapped in that box, you weren't able to message anyone, right?
Yeah. I couldn't see the messages. I couldn't respond when I was sent anything. Apparently, there was one message that got out of mine. I sent it to Kano on the first day that I got stuck there. And I told him I was out at 8,000 blocks and I'm hoping to be back soon. But that was also before I found out there was a wall.
Huh.
So I was assuming that I would just get out of there perfectly fine and there would be no trouble getting back. And apparently he responded, but I didn't know that because I couldn't see his message. So I just maybe assumed that he... Oh, and then there was another point where you were on at the same time as me, and I like put a message as to like sleep. I was getting like attacked.
I seen your messages, and then you didn't say any. I typed something, and you never responded back. And it's like,
Yeah,
huh?
yeah. What's happening? I'm late. Some stuff has happened. We'll probably cover it with Kano.
Miss
Basically,
Kano is here now.
Lucario was talking to me about his he has like some pain, and
Hey,
Matt has appeared.
Still alive.
Yeah.
But,
I don't know.
How are we gonna find him?
That's the thing. That's why I wanted us to go back to, the few places that he was before he left.
Yeah.
Because if he was here and he suddenly, if he left anything behind while he was here in those...
Like a note or something. Just
in those 30 seconds.
Like back when we did the ritual and Kano went up to the Aether for like a week. He told us about the book.
Yeah. But I mean, also that was a book that he had written himself.
I had it.
Yeah, he did that before, and Matt's was kind of similar. He got he had like this journal. There's like this book that he had that Mandy found, of his theories about what could be happening. And that's definitely influenced my thoughts about the whole thing as well. Especially about the virus. I
don't trust nighttime.
Yeah, no, I get it. I don't really like the nighttime either.
I'm not trying to blow up anything in space.
Nope. Especially since it is very pretty. Do you want to... Let's head somewhere else. Let's not be here, because I don't think he's gonna show up here. Which sucks, but I don't know where else... I don't know where else he could be.
The only other place I can... he left. The fact that he can leave and rejoin is what surprised me. I can't physically...
Yeah. I mean, it, shows up as, the messages, but, it doesn't even if it shows up as the messages, it doesn't necessarily mean that, he's leaving and going, necessarily. Yeah. But it was weird that, his name changed.
Mm-hmm.
Which makes me think that he, was, quote, Matt, and then, he got his player data given back to him. Maybe he was, somehow stuck in the spirit world or something. And he got his data given back, and now he's Cosmic Vibes again.
Mm-hmm.
So, that's a thought.
We were just having a nice chat about, connection I might have or might not have.
Yeah. We can go back to Spawn. But yeah, that's definitely an interesting thing to basically start out the day with.
Yep. Especially when it's only us two here.
Yeah. Definitely. There should be another there should be a slope going off of this side so it can go down to the cafe. Actually, there should be slopes off of each of these sides. This side going to the cafe and the event center. This side going to the cabins. And, or well, yeah, this side over here going to the event center. Oh, whoop, I just jumped off. But, yeah. So that would be nice. That's just a thought.
That threw me so off guard.
Yeah. No, same.
I was like really hesitant at first.
I mean, just seeing his
supposed to
name
happen.
again somewhere.
That makes me feel a lot better that we've seen his name.
Yeah.
At least.
I mean, now I have something to tell Mandy next time I see her. At least we won't be completely, we're not completely hopeless. He's out there somewhere.
Let's hope we can get... Well, I don't know how we would go about mess.
Yeah. I mean, as soon as Gabe and Fang realized that I wasn't too, or at least I think what I've been told. As you know, as soon as they figured out I wasn't really who they thought I was, or at least when Mirage was pretending to be me.
Yeah.
And back then, I mean they went like 10,000 blocks in every
me
direction.
and Gabe went out, and I think Cinda and Fang went out the other.
Yeah.
And we had planned to do the other two directions, but not. We didn't have the time.
Right.
Then
and I was one of those directions. Because I was northeast.
And me and Gabe went out south.
And it is surprising that the spot that we went to on Thursday was southwest. I think something's triangulating. Actually, how far even was this spot? About like 6,000? Like
navigating this dang map.
6,600? Yeah, because I'm trying to see, so to Fang Gabe's place, it's about 4,500. But if you take the location that we found in order to go into the Nether,
it was only
the
like
week before,
at least 1,000 blocks away in the Nether.
was maybe another 500. Huh. I mean, they're kind of a similar distance.
Are they really?
Maybe like 1,000 or so blocks off, but that's really not far in the, overall.
Yeah.
There's a massive world, and in either direction, if you have a location that's, close to the distance that in another direction, I mean, it must mean something. Maybe there's a third thing, in,
Time to go.
Northwest.
The thing is, nothing's happened north.
Southeast.
Everything's been this direction.
Yeah, everything's been south, kinda. Well, I mean, what else has been south?
Actually, I don't know. I think it's just...
I feel like a lot more stuff has been happening north. But I mean, that's 2 things out of 3, basically. So the ratio of that isn't necessarily great. But I mean, I don't know. There could be something else.
Could be anywhere.
Yeah.
And of course, not everyone's on. 'Cause if there were more of us on, we could have just went in multiple directions, but probably still wouldn't have found him.
Right. I don't know. Like, it gives me hope that he's around, but
Yeah.
at the same time, there's nothing we can do about it, because now he's gone. Again.
And he didn't respond at all.
Yeah.
Maybe he'll join back when like, on him.
I don't know. There's chance. But I mean, it's not super likely. I don't really know what to do.
It's kind of just, I feel like I don't think I could or we could do much other than just wait forever.
Yeah. Yeah. No.
I got no power to
right.
just find.
Yeah. I already got you, Oliver. I already took a drink, so you're all good. What were you working on when I interrupted you?
I was doing. I was coming back to get some the barn. I've been clearing out an area at Gabe's base. Fine. Other than that,
Other than that, nothing much.
mining, trying to make a clear out a redwood biome.
Gotcha. Yeah, I think we just gotta wait until Kana gets on and maybe he can work something to find location.
I mean, I know like me, Fang, and Gabe had planned to go back to the area at one point and see if we missed anything. But that, for all we know, that could have been an old base.
Yeah, I think it is. There's not really much of a reason for her to be there. And I mean, she wouldn't label things.
Yeah.
I don't think she's the type to say, "Oh, this is my house." I don't really think that's the case. I'll say
Thing is, I feel like they both have a base, but that's like
not
1,000
sure.
blocks. I don't know what.
No, I feel like out of both of them, Haven would be the one to have like a huge mansion like Levi did, only to say like, "Hey Levi, I can like do better than you." Like a one
What if
up on
there's
him.
nothing on that TNT?
I mean, there's something. But... I think while we're talking about this, we just gotta kind of hope that like Mirage is with Matt right now.
Yeah.
Because sometimes on those Mondays, she was with me, and she wasn't watching you guys.
Oh.
So there's a chance that she's not always watching us.
We don't know when.
Exactly. We don't know when.
Like when she was disguised as you, it was literally just you were
Yeah. But I also, like, I don't think Haven is watching us. What I think is going down is that Mirage sees everything. She reports back to Haven, and Haven takes that knowledge and, like, uses it to screw us over.
Yeah. Mirage is kind of just like the security guard.
I mean, I guess. That kind of makes sense.
This bothers me now that I know we've got some sort of
Yeah,
notice that he's here.
right.
And it just feels like we can't do anything about it because we have no info. Like, if you hadn't escaped, we could have... Who knows what could have happened.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I don't know. But hopefully we can find some sort of answer soon.
I do think in the future, maybe once we get this done, or we probably can do this. Probably talk to, maybe do a ritual and see if there's any connection with me in the past.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah. I agree. I think that's a good thing to look into. But only really Kano can do it, so we gotta ask him if he's okay with it, and you know, I don't even know if Dr. Poe is. I think Dr. Poe is on our side. I really do think so. Whether or not, like, because he was helping us last week.
Yeah.
So.
We play the waiting game.
Yeah.
Not the most annoying game.
I mean, at least there's things to do, right?
Yeah.
Do you want to try a potion?
We can.
Okay. I honestly think a strength will help. So this is strength 2 for 1:30.
I don't know how long it, if the potion does work, how long it would last.
Yeah. So go ahead and try that and see how you feel.
It'll probably take a minute to kick in. That's the only thing.
Okay.
Because I know I used to take meds to help.
Right.
That was like right after I got paralyzed.
Yeah.
But I haven't taken them for a while.
So I mean, this can kind of be considered a medicine, and if it works.
I mean, I think the least it'll do is help numb it.
Yeah. I
mean, the pain is not bad to the point where it's bothering me.
Right. But if it does numb the pain, then that's good.
It's definitely help. Like, it's sort of numbing it.
Okay.
No, it's weird.
It's like a weird in-between sort of feeling?
Yeah.
I think strength 2 is the highest that I can go. But I can try, like, maybe a lingering strength? How do you make a lingering? Glowstone.
Potion that lingers on the ground.
I think you need Dragon's Breath for that.
So yeah, we gotta go to the end.
Well, yeah. I don't.
Day.
But, you know, if we're never led into the end, then can't do that. Yeah, I think this is the most that I can do, the strength 2 for 1:30. So it's helping a little bit?
Yeah.
Okay. What do you even use to make? So maybe you start making some potions. So it's the, oh, it's just blaze powder. So nether wart, blaze powder, and...
Because they're not hard to make.
They're not hard to make at all. And then glowstone dust. So maybe have, you know, if it starts getting worse, keep a good supply of them. And...
Probably work on it a bit.
Yeah. Or maybe, like... Yeah. And also test around with different types of potions to see, like... If, you know, if a regeneration or swiftness or healing does any better. Or you could try, like, a jump potion if you have rabbit's feet, or something like that. But, I mean, I'm glad to hear that it helped a little bit.
Yeah.
So...
Has anyone even talked to, like, Dr. Poe in a while in general? Other than when, like, Kano went up?
No, that was the last time. Because we were trying to reach out to him to learn about Mirage.
Yeah.
And he started the ritual, and then he disappeared. and that was basically that. And we didn't get really any information out of Dr. Poe from that. So, if we're able to do another ritual with Kano safely, I don't think we've done a ritual with him since...
We haven't done... Well, we've done rituals, but not with... It's always been, like, someone else.
Yeah, it's either... Oh, well, it hasn't been... So Kano's done rituals, but he hasn't done them on himself, which is usually the most dangerous one. Because if he does it on himself... then there's usually nobody to bring him back. You know what I mean? So. Yeah. But I mean, we can definitely ask him. Hi, Max. Thank you for the bits. I appreciate it. Hello, welcome. Lucario and I are doing a little bit of lore. We're talking about some stuff.
Because Gabe originally, like how I said we were gonna probably go. I told Gabe about it as soon as we got back.
Yeah.
And he was very intrigued on, like, maybe go over there, which I knew he probably would. And I knew Fang would want to go back there.
Right. I mean, I think it is a good plan to go back.
Yeah.
Because that's, as opposed to the locations that Mirage sent me to, at least there can be something left over that can be used.
And we didn't even go fully underground.
That's true.
Kinda just went all around inside the house.
Yeah. I'll sleep again. But yeah, I mean, I've definitely got some things to talk about with Kano if and when he gets on.
Yeah.
I was thinking about talking with him on Thursday, but it was getting really late and I was getting tired. So
We went on a big
it was
expedition.
it was long.
We got lost.
It felt long. It's just because nobody knew where they were going. We were going off of nothing. I don't know who, like, might have had that location in their map, but it wasn't me. I know that for sure. Because I think that's the furthest. No, that is not the furthest I've gone down south. Surprising. Well, nope. It was. It was the furthest I've gone down south. Oh my god, we were literally right there. Where we ended off? You remember when we sat at that table?
Mm-hmm.
If we had literally gone, like, a couple hundred blocks west, we would have been there. It was in the direction that you were going, Lucario.
Bruh.
Oh my god.
That's a random island, too.
Yeah, it's really random. And, like, it was clearly, like, custom made. Like, those trees were not,
If she wanted to, live there and be able to... Why'd she just live in the volcano? Cool.
Yeah, that would have been definitely more her vibe. I honestly think she knows we went there at this point. Like,
I mean, wasn't the party, like, after when it was supposed to be during?
Yeah.
Our little adventure?
Yeah.
But, you know, I don't think that was
bit.
coordinated properly.
I don't think it was really coordinated at all. Because, we didn't really happen to mention to Max that we were doing something. Also, I didn't really know that we were gonna be doing something until, like, we were all getting ready for the party. I was prepared to help Max, and then I get the message. I'm like, oh, things are happening.
I gotta go.
Gotta go. Sorry, Max. And then also Mandy and Lizzie, who were there, are also like, oh, we gotta go. Bye, Max. And then Max was just stuck there by himself, and I felt so bad. And then he waited like 2 hours for us to get back.
Matt, that was insane. I was like, wait for you.
It was very sad. He's in my chat right now, by the way.
Hello, man.
It was very sad. Yeah. But anyway. I was so lonely. Oh.
Are you talking to Gabe? I'm pretty sure. Lucid. Party may have been.
Yeah, I mean, there weren't very many people left behind from the other group.
I mean, it wasn't as bad as when we were all distracting. It was just
I don't really think that was the point of the dinner. I mean, Max literally made that invitation just to have a dinner because they all ditched the tea party. So the fact that I just don't think we were planned. I don't think it was planned correctly. And I just feel like I don't know. I wish we had been given a little bit more heads up.
For all we know, we could have been watched through that entire...
Exactly. But we don't know.
Oh yeah, the sign is still here.
Yeah, that was from when Ash... Well, Mirage. It was
I
Mirage.
never got to talk to that Mirage. Ash.
You weren't missing much.
Adam and Ash were like all messing with you guys, and I'm just like seeing everyone die and going down, and I'm like,
yeah. Yeah, be glad that you didn't have to deal with that.
It's like the perks of being not social with everyone.
Yeah, that's for sure.
We haven't seen Zoe in a while. I just
Yeah, it's been a couple of weeks. It's been since the tea party. I'm not
seen a
sure
single
where,
spirit since it.
yeah. Which is why, like, I think they're preparing for something, honestly. Like, Mirage and Haven, and with
About
the
to go to
spirits.
war. Woo!
Ooh, I hope not.
Humans versus spirits. Woo!
I mean, I think Haven is a human, honestly. I don't think Haven is a spirit.
The gods and the spirits.
Yeah.
Humans.
The quote, God. But, yeah.
They just come down here and fight us now. Like, wait, I'm ready. I'll pew pew. I'll save the day, and then we at least tell us where Matt is.
Yeah. Oh, Max, you missed it. We saw Matt's name appear in chat.
Woo!
Apparently, Matt is somewhere that we don't know. So, yeah. But, he's gone now. We're not sure where to look or anything, but we know that he, is likely alive. And I was telling this to my bubbles earlier. I said, if it were Mirage that took him, he was alive. Or he is alive. But if it was Haven that took him, then I have no idea.
Man, this Haven person, I don't trust her, or want to believe they're so powerful at all.
Yeah.
No, they haven't done much.
Yeah. I mean, they're intimidating enough to, destroy our items. So. It was even written about in the Titan. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm hoping that we can figure this out soon. Man, I love Titan. That's nice. I'm glad you like Titan. But now we just kind of do we just wait for something to happen?
I don't know what.
You still think it's Lucinda? I don't know.
What?
Max, or Bubble Max, thinks that Lucinda wrote the Titan.
Well, you never know. It could be anyone.
Yeah. So, I can help you with, chopping down that forest for a bit if you want.
I mean, not much else. It's just, all we have to do is Gabe a lot of the wood. It's just cleaning it up.
It was me, guys. I wrote the Titan. Oh, that's right. Max is in my chat. We probably shouldn't do what you were doing before, Lucario.
What?
We can't hurt the trees.
Oh! Why did it take me so long to catch on to what? Not hurting it. I wasn't doing anything.
Nope. Nothing at all. Absolutely nothing.
Uh,
It's already night again. Jeez. It feels like it's night every day.
fine.
That was supposed to be a little bit of a joke. But I'm not particularly funny, so. It's night every day, because it's... Night is... every day.
Oh. Oh.
Time flies fast. I agree. It sure does. Tree feelings matter too.
Oh, I'm moving in with Gabe and them.
Are you?
Yeah, I'm gonna be living over there.
Oh.
That's why I
Well, I mean, I can still help you. We can still head over there.
Well, it's not killing. We're not killing no tree.
No.
Totally.
Totally no trees will be harmed in the process.
We're planting new ones.
Yeah.
Eventually. Me and Gabe. We're gonna make a whole blue themed bio.
Ooh. Actually, we can go through my place. I says I do not trust this. Well, you gotta trust us. It's all...
You can trust Rachel.
It's all fine. Yeah, you can trust me. I will not hurt a tree.
Max really is Lorax. That should be their new skin. Lorax instead of... Oh, you have a portal to his...
Yeah, so this goes to the, as our house is made of wood. And then, they're here.
Oh. Oh.
And then we're back here. Hello. Melinda and Big D Timmy. And I can look at them because, oh, you have a Triton, so you can just Triton up there. I'm gonna...
Yeah, I got one. I got one, was me and Gabe working for us.
I'm
not as good as
Max.
The
Lore Max. That's funny. That's good. That's a good one.
I'm not as good as the Trident as Fang is. Booms everywhere.
Should have been the Lore Max for Halloween. You should have. You should have. That would have been so good.
Yeah, bring it up and...
I was incredibly lazy.
I need to do something for my mom.
Just make sure you don't drown. Actually, I am not. Oh, I am incredibly lazy. Oh, wow. Jeez. This is something. It's like a whole, like... There's bridge. Oh, now we know that the bridge before was, Bridge to Lawrence was made by Gabe. So you go up the path here. Wow. And then up this way. Oh. Now we know why you needed all the dirt. Yeah. No, it was for something completely different. The dirt was for something else. He needed the dirt to, you know what? I honestly don't remember. But it wasn't for this, because this is recent. It was not like this before. Also, hi Max. Max is on the server. You can join us if you would like. But yeah, this is cool. This is very cool. Oh! Kano! Kano's here!
I have returned.
Kano's here.
What?
Kano just
Oh,
joined.
he's alright.
Maybe we go to his place because
Oh god, Max is here. Oh god.
yeah, Max is here as well. Maybe we go talk to Kano right now. We have a lot of.
Okay.
I mean, I saw the hill. That's super cool.
That's gonna be a blue biome.
That's really neat.
And then I'm gonna live in it.
Mm-hmm.
Didn't cut down any trees though.
Yeah, no
Biome
tree
was
cutting.
clearly like
No
that.
tree cutting. All right,
We're burning.
I'm heading.
Oh, Max!
Oh, he's back again. He's back again. We need to talk. Walkie-talkie.
Alright.
And he's gone. Okay. He probably saw that pop up. Sure thing, let me... Okay.
Oh, did you message him?
What? Yeah, I just messaged him.
Alright, cool. I didn't message.
Okay, I am almost back. I'm not as fast as you are.
I didn't even make it that far earlier.
Oh, that's true. Okay, we can go to my place. Or, well, I mean, we can technically go to Kano's place. We'll be on his roof.
He just has a portal that everyone tells him.
Most everyone's.
I don't think he has one to match.
Hello.
Hey! Hello,
Hi.
Kano.
I am here to walkie-talkie. I heard that you, Rachel, you messaged that you wanted to speak with me.
Yeah. So you may have noticed when you got almost like moments after you got on that a certain name appeared in the chat.
Yeah, I did.
That was happening
happened earlier.
earlier too.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Okay. So we're heading to you.
Okay. Okay, I'm just cleaning up my farm. That's all.
We were just talking about, like, stuff to do with my legs and stuff, like I told you. And then he just joins.
Interesting.
I went down the ladder.
I gotcha. Oh, that reminds me too. I know we.
Oh,
It's
you're out
weird.
here. I
It's
was
always-
waiting for you.
Yeah, sorry. I was doing the farming. I forget this always happens too. I want to make sure there's something after Thursday. I want to have a conversation with you as well, Rachel, and I can't remember what I want to talk about anymore, which is frustrating. It's obviously about what we experienced on Thursday.
Yeah. I
But-
think we should go hang out with the pandas for a little bit and have a discussion. And Lucario can come with us.
Oh yeah, definitely. Lucario's very much down to come. No worries.
Let's go see the pandas, Lucario.
Wait, I've got like a bug. I'm stuck with blindness and poison, and I can't get rid of it.
Oh, it's probably the jellyfish bug.
Oh.
How do I get rid of it?
You just need to relog, unfortunately.
Oh.
In the world where we we don't actually leave Eden. We think
Yeah.
yes, but we don't.
Yeah.
How
We've
come
tried,
Max is
trust me.
leaving? I can't.
Well, we
I
also
mean,
don't know if he'd
We
left.
don't know for sure if he's actually left or not. That's the
Yeah.
thing.
You better now?
Yeah.
Okay. We'll meet you up by the pandas.
Yes,
Oh,
by the pandas, we
pandas.
can hang out with them, make sure they feel loved.
I like
Speaking
the pandas.
of pandas, we actually do need to talk to you about a certain panda.
Oh, okay.
But we
That
can
is a
get
conversation I'm
into
willing to-
that. We can get into that
Yes.
What the
no,
heck?
in a
definitely.
bit.
Panda quarantine for excessive stupidity. Ow. Who wrote this?
I don't know. Fang said he knew what it was, but he didn't mention exactly what else it was.
What?
I'm not sure.
That's
I wish I knew.
weird. All right.
Like, where are we
So
going?
yeah, hi pandas.
We're just gonna go hang out with the pandas.
Oh, they're so cute.
I know, right? They're adorable. All right. Activate. Okay.
Go through. And you can go ahead and go through.
Oh,
Yeah. Ah,
whoa.
Okay. We are
right.
good to talk here.
yes.
I'm gonna go ahead and deactivate that so it doesn't run out of coal.
Indeed. Good plan.
So we're safe to talk here.
Yes.
So, to start off, I guess what Lucario and I were talking about earlier, he told me about how he was starting to get pain in his legs after we visited the mansion last week.
Yes. You mentioned that to myself and Nelsie.
I gave him a strength potion to see if it would help, and you said that it numbed it a little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I brought up the theory that the theory I had a little while ago, that somehow all of us who have entered Eden at any point are connected to each other. Either by another person who has entered, or a person who was, behind the scenes.
Right.
There is a chance we're interested in talking to Dr. Poe
Okay.
to see if there's any connection with him and Lucario.
Any connection between
any
Dr. Poe and Lucario?
Not necessarily me and Dr. Poe, but like,
If there's
I don't know,
anybody
someone
that
in the past.
Dr. Poe knew that could be connected to Lucario.
I mean, I've been meaning to talk with Dr. Poe for a while, so...
This all happened in the span of like 10 minutes, and then Matt poofs in.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose that Dr. Poe probably would have an answer for that, maybe. Again, I have not spoken with him since, back when we were in... Yeah, actually, I've not spoken with him at all, personally. But that's just because of the way the rituals work, unfortunately.
Right.
So,
not
that's
since you
something
were taken up there.
Right. Yeah, no, exactly. So we definitely could try and reach out to him. I don't think there'd be any issue with that.
Yeah.
And maybe he'll have some answers for us. So I'm down for that, personally.
Okay.
If that's something we would be interested in doing together. Though
I'm
before
fine.
we do... Oh, sorry.
I'm fine with it. I'd like
Okay.
anything to help leg issue.
Yeah, no, exactly. Because that's definitely still a concern we want to make sure is addressed. What was I going to say? Oh, actually, I don't know. I was going to be like, I could update you guys on what happened when you both already know, because you both were with me. But we've got the map, or not the map, what'd we find?
The TNT.
TNT?
With the
The
Hebrew.
TNT, yes. Oh, that's right. Yes. Oh man, that's where the connection was. Because you mentioned before, Rachel, that you had studied Hebrew at one point in time.
I mean, Levi tried, he tried to get me to learn like 5 languages at once when I was like 9. And
Right.
I never really stuck to it, but Hebrew was one of them.
Gotcha. Which I just thought was really interesting because because of how integral Hebrew specifically is to the story of Eden. I mean, I guess based on the namesake again, I thought that was interesting that he had specifically had you learn that.
Yeah.
In some way, which I don't know, at least to my knowledge, because outside of naming conventions, Laura and I haven't built anything like that into the code for Eden, so that would be very much like a Levi-esque mark of something would be my assumption. So I wanted to make sure I pointed that out for one thing.
Levi is like a Hebrew name, and I mean, I'm sure there's a reason I chose Rachel.
Right. I did think it's interesting too, because Kylie was your birth name, right?
But that was given to me by my birth mother.
Gotcha. That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, sorry. My mother Cog is here to say goodnight.
Oh,
You may continue to talk.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, Levi had me learn, like, a bunch of
Well,
other
gee.
languages as well. Like, I was learning, like, Spanish, French, Italian, Mandarin, Japanese, like,
I
all
am
of
a Vicky
these.
learned the whole dictionary.
I almost did. I was so bored
Oh.
one day that I was reading through, like, the entire dictionary, and I finished the dictionary, I closed it. I was, like, 13 at the time. I closed the
Oh.
dictionary, and I'm like, I don't remember anything I just read. So, like, barely any of those words stuck with me. But, I mean, some of them did. And that's, it helped with my poetry and with my other writing. So it wasn't necessarily a bad thing. I was a very bored child.
Suck.
I mean, I was stuck in a house for like 18 years.
Oh.
I
I was doing
only,
adventuring and shit.
yeah, that's very exciting.
Oh no, that was after I left the house.
Yeah. What was your family like? I know that you don't really have any contact with them, but
Me and my brother were always getting into trouble.
mm.
My sister kind of did her own. And as they wanted me to become a teacher. And I'm like, no.
Oh, interesting. A teacher? Was there any like
Yeah.
was in like the family line to be teachers?
They had a lot of my dad was, and then my mom did a lot of like coaching.
Mm.
And I somehow ended up wanting to do adventuring and exploring.
Yeah,
Right,
very,
back.
very different to teaching. That's for
Yep.
sure.
Oh, did I miss the Lucario lore?
Yeah. Oh, I was explaining about like how me and my brother were always getting into trouble. My sister kind of would like to do her own. And my parents were teachers and coaches.
Oh.
Yeah, I haven't talked
gotcha.
to them in like so. They
I
did not
gotcha.
agree with my career path.
That's understandable. It's definitely far more dangerous than
I
teaching.
know once they found out I injured myself, they weren't happy either.
Right. But I understand wanting to, go for what you think could be, your calling, in essence, to pursue.
And I was telling
got-
Lucario a little bit about my childhood, the different
Oh, okay.
languages and stuff. I was telling him about
I getcha.
one time I read a dictionary all the way through, and I forgot like more than half of the things that I read.
Oh man, that sounds
Yeah,
frustrating.
kind of if you don't keep up practicing it, then you don't remember it, which sucks. But anyway,
Right.
you were saying.
Yeah, no. A cog had an idea that I actually
Mhm.
hadn't thought of. If we put the TNT into an anvil, it places the text that's in the anvil there, like it's accessible.
Oh, that's interesting.
And so that could be a way that I could use my normal Google Translate systems to take that text and translate it,
Yeah.
which I hadn't thought of.
What's this room, by the way?
This is the computer.
This is the console room. Yes.
Oh.
This is the computer at not Skull Mountain.
Yeah. The other one is fake.
Oh.
Yes.
The one that I built is fake.
Wow.
This system works. It's got the actual copper electricity kind of movement going through into the console, which then is going in through everything else. And so this is a small little mini computer, but it's only got so much energy to work with it because we wanted to keep it more under wraps, as well as just when we've had computers in the past, people have also abused them, and so this way it's much
And
more
destroyed
limited in
them.
scope.
Oh.
There was a computer that was like entirely destroyed, and I
Yes.
don't think it was ever reconstructed.
Nope.
Because it was big. Yeah.
Eh.
You can thank my brother for that one.
Yeah. But, well, with that knowledge, though, I'm not sure if that's something I want to do tonight. I might just save that as a piece of tidbit to remember for Thursday. When we go through and tackle more things.
Either way, I'm sure it's fine. I mean, if it could lead us to Matt, that could be helpful, but
Right.
I'm not sure.
I mean, well, I guess it's the only clue we have right now.
Yeah. And even if we get the information, like, if it's, you know, if it's something if it's something that we can't really do, like, the three of us, then we wait.
Right.
You know, for the others who can actually, like, help us with it.
Yeah. Okay. No, good point. Then,
so at least we have, like, we have that information in order to, like, tell Lauren and Mousy and the others when they get on next.
Right. No, exactly. Then I'm just gonna ask you guys to quickly, I guess, well, actually, if we can either stay here to continue talking. We have the map somewhere hidden, specifically in this room, and
Okay.
at least for Mandy's inclination, for your own sakes, making it so you don't necessarily know where it is in this
Got
room.
it. Okay. Where do you want us to just, like, look away?
You can either look away. Actually, hold on. You can go in here.
Okay.
You can just take the tunnel out and go into the little area that's there.
Sure.
Darkness.
Because I do have other stuff that I want to talk to you about, but we can wait until after this.
Right.
Okay.
No, it's a very simple thing. Okay, I've got it. You guys can go back down.
We're good?
Yep.
Cool.
Return from the darkness from which you came. There you go. All right. But cool. Then I've got that then, so we just need an anvil, and I can take a look at this and see what it says.
I can probably make one.
Oh, okay. You got iron already on hand. I'm impressed.
Of course, I don't have that on me.
It's 1, 2, 3.
I have other resources, but not anvils.
I have a lot of coal and wood.
Ah.
I'm moving in with Gabe.
Oh, really?
Yep. We're making a new area.
Gotcha.
Well, he
So
plans
over
to
there
make the
hanging
whole, like, his whole area, like, more different colored biomes.
I gotcha.
Okay. So here you go.
Right. Okay. So if I just put this in here, then I can copy this text and let us do some computation.
Okay. Or
Okay.
that
So if I put
robot
this
brain of yours.
through- Yeah, I know. Fortunately, you need an I'm a robot, even if in real life I'm not a robot, obviously.
Yeah.
If that weren't
People
already
rock.
assumed. Exactly. Okay. On. Ooh, okay. Interesting.
What's this?
The text reads, "What is forbidden is precious."
What is forbidden is precious?
Hmm.
What's forbidden?
I mean, I guess if we're thinking that's what Mirage supposedly has called it, because that's where we got it from. What would be forbidden to Mirage?
Happiness? Hope?
I mean, maybe, but is that something she, like, forbid herself from having? Was it something that, like... I feel like that it's so vague that I don't... It's like, it feels like it
It's
should
so
lead
vague for
somewhere, but...
Mirage. But, like, what if it wasn't? Maybe that wasn't placed by Mirage.
It's definitely possible. I mean, I guess the only bad thing is that if it... There could be more meaning of it in Hebrew, because obviously we've translated it, but in the same way, when you
Right.
translate a language, there's some meaning that gets lost, or even just, you know, maybe it's a phrase that meant something to her at some point in time. It's attached to this TNT, like it means something of more significance.
Right.
Chaos.
So if...
I mean, that probably would fit, technically speaking.
So I
But-
don't know if I mentioned this to you, but about the theory that, like, that house could have been from Beta.
Right.
So if that house is from Beta, somebody else was in Beta who could have had access to Mirage's house,
Right.
who knew Hebrew.
That's also very true.
So potentially that TNT could have been placed by Levi
Yes.
years ago. And it was just
Right.
left there. What if part of the explosives that killed Adam.
Wait, you're right. Could
I
be.
mean, that's
I mean, we
it's
were
definitely
never
possible.
told what specifically the explosives were, but I mean, TNT makes sense.
Yeah. So I guess if we're relating to that, then what is the phrase "what's forbidden is precious"?
Maybe it's what's
Neat.
forbidden to Levi.
I gotta use my brain for that. Jeez.
Well, I mean, what did
Because
Levi never let us do?
I mean, he definitely didn't want us to leave.
Yeah.
He wanted to keep us trapped here. He also wanted order and structure. He wanted us to
Right.
obey him and listen to what he has to say.
Yeah. No questions asked. We've been asking a
Right,
lot
so-
of questions this time around.
So I guess there's a lot of things it could apply to. It could be freedom. It could be like
Hmm.
escape from captivity. Huh.
Those are kind
There's
of
a lot of-
related to what could be happening with Matt right now.
Mm.
But I'm not
Right.
necessarily sure if it's connected, but
I mean, we're hoping that it is. It's hard because what we found obviously could be either very much related to what's going on, or it could be something very
yeah.
opposite.
What else? What else didn't he allow?
So thinking Mirage, or if we're thinking it's Levi who did this, then what was forbidden to Levi?
Yeah, that's what I'm... Oh. Like, what, from his perspective, what was forbidden to him?
Yeah,
I feel like that's harder because, like, we've never been able to get a read on the guy.
right. No, he seemed to be very much his own individual. He had his own motives. I mean, of all people who would have any sort of inkling, it'd be you. And I know that there's not much you were able to get out of him either. I mean, the only things that come to mind for me are like power, maybe, but even that seems a little too superficial. I feel like that might take some thinking.
I was never allowed into his room. His office.
Mm.
That was the one, the one place, out of two. There was his office, and then there was the door in the kitchen that ultimately led to Maddie, but irrelevant right now. But his like personal spaces I couldn't go into were forbidden to me.
Right. I mean, that could be related, but again, I'm trying to think.
That makes me think of like the house that he had when we were trying to escape, that big mansion,
Yes.
which kind of looked like Mirage's mansion. Did they not have like? I mean, obviously Levi's was much bigger, but the color was kind of similar, wasn't it? There was like a lot of red, right?
There's some elements.
There were
I think.
some. Maybe I'm just
I
reaching.
think it's hard to relate to such a big scale. I feel like.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. Huh.
I mean, in order to get to the mansion, we had to. We obviously had to do other things to get to the mansion that he thought was forbidden from us.
Yeah. I mean, one thing that seems to come to mind at least a little bit. I mean, maybe it's just because of what we're limited to, but when I think of what's forbidden to us currently, we've not had access to the end yet, and that's where Levi was hiding.
True. You're right.
Surely Matt's not there.
I mean,
not-
it's the only
That's-
place we've been
that's
able to look.
Very possible. That's literally the only place we haven't been able to look.
You know, I hate to drive off topic, but like, I just had a thought. You know how we like had the thought that like everyone's somehow connected to Eden in some way?
Right.
We still don't know all the members of Beta, right?
Yeah.
Well,
we don't
most
know
of them, yeah,
everybody.
not everyone.
Is there maybe a possibility I have a like I still don't know all about my family, like maybe a hidden past or like someone connected to me that was in Beta?
I mean, it wouldn't be the first time. I feel like
Yeah.
everyone to some extent has had more of a connection to Eden than we once foresaw, but at the same time, I think it's based on what you've mentioned in your past, unless there's anyone who stands out to being someone who would have gone to Eden, I feel like you would have been the first. I mean, you were the adventurer, so you were the most of a risk taker.
Like, I've met lots of people throughout my adventures. Some I've been close with, some I haven't.
I mean, that's true. It doesn't necessarily have to be a family member to be connected.
True.
And I mean, there's Levi's entire group that we don't know. Sin and Mirage are the only ones that we know of.
That's why, like, it starts to, like, the more I've thought about it, the more it couldn't have been Levi. And like you guys said, Levi had a group we don't know about. It could have been one of Levi's buddies or something.
Yeah.
I don't know.
So I do wonder to some extent, because we've been talking a lot about Dr. Poe, you know, in passing, and I can't help but wonder if he knew about this other group, because he was officially the mayor of Eden. And obviously he dealt with Lauren, but do you think it's possible that Levi also interacted with him in some ways? But at the same time, I feel like, why wouldn't Dr. Poe tell that to Lauren if she didn't know? But maybe, again, if there's no reason to assume she didn't know, then he would never had a need to mention it.
Yeah.
I
mean, Sin told us that Dr. Poe scolded them for their pranks.
So he must have had some knowledge of that then. But then why? Because he obviously didn't mention it before, and his knowledge of Mirage, again, when I talked with him, seemed like he knew some things, but he never really quite addressed what he actually fully knew about her. But that was also, again, prior to us knowing anything about her, so maybe he was under some influence to not share anything at that time.
I have a feeling Lauren was the only one kept out of the loop. I think Adam and Ash also knew her. Because Ash left that note for me, which was likely written before she flipped. And Adam, when he first spoke to Mousy and I, he was warning us about, quote, her. Which, I mean, could have either been Mirage or Haven, but...
Right. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess, again, that ties back to the idea of if we talk to Dr. Poe, we probably can get some of these answers.
Yeah.
At least in some capacity.
There's so much, like, ever since, like, I've been slowly just thinking so much to that, like, about the remembering more.
Right. Which just takes time. Okay. So, if that's our thinking, is that what we want to plan to do? That we go and try and talk with Dr. Poe and see if he has any information he can share with us?
The only thing I'm worried is you disappearing again.
Yeah, that is always a worry.
I don't want to lose another person who's still trying to find Matt.
That's a distinct possibility, but if it does help, we brought Sin here.
Maybe we use Gabe and Fang's ritual circle.
Yeah.
That one seems safer. It seems more successful. And it seems like it's lower risk overall.
Yeah.
Like the corundum gives it more power.
Circle.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Then maybe we'll head there then. We can
I have a few notes that I wrote down about thoughts that I had about Zoe
do we want to bring Max with
Mirage.
us to the ritual?
I mean, if Max
could
wants to, I don't think there's any reason not to.
I could go ask him and if he wants to talk.
Yeah. I don't see why not.
Oh, before we go, because we are in privacy. I mean, I can kind of read out my thoughts to you later. But I'm the writer of the Titan.
Oh, okay.
And
That makes sense.
I've been putting hidden messages in the books.
Oh. Okay.
And Mandy's the first one who's gotten it.
Oh.
And it's
That's
been
surprising.
like 4 weeks.
Well, I mean, I guess that's a good thing then. If you're
It is a really good thing. But I'm just letting you guys know now, so that way, like, you can subtly hint it to the other members.
Section 1 includes factual information and personal opinion.
Pay attention to the capital letters.
Which one?
Both
of them?
Both of them have messages.
Porta.
Are you gonna make me get every capital letter and spell out a word?
TOCOM to come. Oh, I see. Portal to computer. It.
You may have missed a letter.
Oh, sorry. Portal to computer with. And us keep it. Oh, I see. Keep it. See.
Oh.
Keep it secret?
Yeah.
Ah. Fancy schmancy.
And then the second one says, antivirus sword found to defeat Mirage.
Ah. That's sneaky.
Yeah.
Good thinking, actually. I was curious. I mean, I assumed it was probably someone like you because someone had to have been around to actually know about the information to talk about it in the Titan.
Yeah, exactly.
But
and the content of it is specifically to throw off Mirage and Haven, so that way they read it. So I want them to read it.
Because I would have never figured that out. So
yeah.
My brain ain't that big.
Yeah. That's the intent. I don't think Mirage and Haven are that smart.
Right. I'm sure if my mind was more focused on the idea of trying to figure out what it meant, I would have caught on quickly. But
you know, as long as they see the Titan as just some journal trying to, you know, to slander their name, that's
right,
exactly
like
the way that
column.
I want it to be.
I get you. Huh. Okay, Miss Anonymous Titan writer.
Well, I'd also like to let you know, me, Fang, and Gabe are planning to go back to that outpost that we went to last week at some point.
The outpost.
Maybe wait on that. Especially if we have a lead with this TNT.
Mm-hmm.
Right. No, exactly. We want to make sure especially if we can figure out where it goes.
Yeah.
But by Thursday, the computer will be charged back up again, and so we can then, be able to read through it and see what answer it has. It may be able to pull us a different map or something else out. Be able to find that lead a little more.
Yeah. I mean, we can let's do the ritual, and then maybe we come back here and I can talk to you more about some stuff.
Yeah, that's fine with me.
Yeah.
Cool. All right, then I'll let you guys go in front of me, and I will put the TNT behind.
Woo!
Dweesh.
Cool. And I'll go ahead and turn it off.
Whoop. And I oop. Cool.
Lucario, you can go ahead and go through the spawner portal again to get to Fang Gabe's place.
So do I need? I shouldn't.
Whoa.
Hello again, pandas.
What a lovely stroll with the pandas that was.
Yes, that was.
Hello
again, pandas.
Right. Oh, I see.
Yeah, I kind of did. I was like, Gabe is probably gonna want to know everything that went on. So I told him as soon as we got back.
No, which is smart. I mean, Seth gave us at least a bit of a heads up on what happened with them last time,
I don't
so
know. Did Kanoka say and Iope? Yeah, I don't know.
I think it's only fair that we keep
I
the
wasn't listening.
cycles moving along.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, we want to head up toward the circle. Oh,
I have a trident now too.
oh, nice.
It's kind of funny. Me,
Congratulations.
Gabe, and Fanger are living in the same area and all have a trident.
You're the trident holders of Eden.
Trident holders. That
Sounds like a story.
a cool name for like a fantasy group.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a. Feels like something you would hear out of Percy Jackson. I don't know.
Right?
Percy
Right?
Jackson and the trident holder.
Yeah.
Yep.
I mean, Poseidon has a trident, so I mean,
True.
in some versions of it.
Yes. To be the king of the sea.
Mm-hmm.
Do, 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 do.
Okay, I need to dig myself into this hill right now, or keep
It's
it
a birdie.
daytime. I will be right back.
Okay, no worries. I shall assemble myself, I guess. Magical jumping.
How was Genshin?
It was pretty good overall. I got to hang out a little bit, do some domains and things, and then did a 10 pull at the end. And because I was tempted to by Mousy, and I got Sarah and Goro. I think it was 10 pull, so I'll take it.
So you don't
Totally
have
above
them?
the law.
But it sucks.
Yeah.
I hate when they do characters like that are each element.
Yes.
But like they're still cool looking.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the one thing I will say. I guess the one thing I can't complain about is it means that now I've got them, so I know that they're rare.
I'm
well, especially
waiting
like
for the
they're both
Hydra
very rare.
one.
If they have a Hydra one, I wonder what it'll be. I mean, like
'Cause
Barbara
Goro
served a
is
little
for
bit like
Geo.
that, but
Sarah is for Elec. We have Farzan that works with Anemo. That's it. And then Bennett just
yeah,
everything.
yeah. I guess we got like Shenhe. She's very cryo based, but she's still like kind of a little more independent. I wonder if they're all gonna be bow characters as well. Just be like, Amber gets increased upgrade, she becomes fire support.
I'm so worried about Deha. Just knowing she's a Claymore scares everything about care.
Yes, because we need more pyro claymores, you know?
Well,
We
no,
don't
it's
have enough.
like I love Claymores in general, but they're the most clunky characters.
Yeah. Actually, is there a hydro claymore?
No.
There's no hydro claymore. There's no cryo catalyst. I think it's the only like two really big niches that have not been met yet.
Oh, it's making me think when I know all the characters, but I don't have them memorized.
I don't know what will happen or what will come. It's gonna be something special for sure. But yes, it was a very lovely time in Genshin. Though it's quite annoying. I ate some moldy bread today for lunch at some point on accident, so I've got like a little bit of a queasy stomach, which is not terribly great, but we're getting we be trooping along.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
I heard something about an upset stomach. That's what I'm dealing with
yes.
too.
Oh no.
Well, see, this is what happens. Everyone else is gonna get sick. I just recovered, right?
Nah,
Because my mom's recovering, and my dad's now getting sick. Everyone's.
My family just went through like a COVID like thing. I unfortunately didn't get it, but both my parents did.
Yeah, I'm somehow surviving 3 years long without that virus ever hitting me.
Yeah, same.
That's pretty impressive. I wish I could say the same. I think I've gotten it at least twice.
Oh no. Okay.
Oh, no.
Okay, back to the lore.
Yep. All right. Okay. We are gathered here today to do a ritual, to potentially talk to Dr. Poe. Of course, I don't have a boat, so we'll need to make one. Let's do this. That. Yeah, I guess the nice thing about doing this is that there's no real need for any explanation. Both you already know what's gonna happen,
Yep.
generally speaking. But
I
I'm
hope this don't
curious
go bad.
because I think wasn't it last time you said Adam could talk now?
Yeah,
So I can only assume Dr. Poe can do the same.
probably.
Okay, well, then I guess we'll just go about our business. So, hey, Dr. Poe, we have been talking a lot about you lately, and have not had a chance to, I guess, well, have you come down here and talk with us very much. And while it means I won't get a chance to speak with you, oh, actually, sorry, I'm interrupting you, Dr. Poe. Is there anything I want to have him asked?
Oh yeah, I can write down if you want any questions asked. I can write it down in my book.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, outside of the obvious questions, I think you'll ask already about, like, if he knew about the other beta members that weren't in Lauren's group. I know I talked with him about where his family is. So I have that information already figured out. I guess I. What do I not know about him? To know, if anything. I guess make sure to ask him if he can verify what we know about Lauren.
Yeah.
Because if I can trust with Dr. Poe, he will tell us if Lauren knew about whatever happened to Mirage when she claims that Lauren was the one who trapped her. Dr. Poe will know.
I actually had that written down. Like, what do you know about Mirage and the incident with Adam?
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess I can't think of anything, which is unfortunate, but
Oh,
I shall still ask
I'll ask him
questions.
about Haven too.
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Maybe even to see if he has any personal leads on where Matt might be.
Yeah.
Because if he's been up there, he may be seeing things we haven't. All right. Then I guess. Sorry, Dr. Poe. I had to just double check and cross reference some things before I leave. But I guess please just offer some advice if you have any. We are in desperate need in this time of finding answers, and with your guidance, we can potentially, hopefully, get some leads that can lead us to figuring out exactly what's going on, how we can defeat Mirage, and ultimately bring justice to you and so many others who have potentially dealt with this in the past. But all we'll know is if you talk with us. So, yeah, please share your wisdom with Rachel and Lucario and see if anything can be learned. And we spin in circles now.
I mean, this scares me knowing that last time we did this, he disappeared for like a week.
Yeah, I mean, but if it helps, again, my hope is that's not going to happen that same way. That would be very unideal.
It's a different circle. It could have different
circle,
effects.
different circumstances. So
yeah,
we'll just have to see.
Right. Okay. Hopefully this works. Come on, Dr. Poe. You gotta work with us. I wonder if he actually shows up. If he'll be in a human form, or if he'll be a panda. Very interesting either way. Hopefully he can talk. I don't know. It's always the idea of maybe. Kano's been silent. I'm not sure if that's a good thing or a bad thing. He usually is silent. Usually here for a bit. And then he disappears for a split second.
Man, that time for some reason makes it for us.
And then the person that we want to talk to is here.
see this too, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm seeing it. Thank you for the raid. Oh, this is a very interesting time for you guys to raid. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, we can't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah. Hello, Dr. Poe.
Hello. I have heard that you are interested in talking with me.
We are.
All right.
First of all,
Well-
I want to say thank you for last week helping us
Helping you with what?
with the effects. We were told that it was you.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah. Yes, that's
Yes.
Thank you for
no,
the follow,
you're very
Ernie,
welcome.
or
That
Annie,
was
I appreciate
most
it.
definitely me.
yes.
I certainly did that above
Yes.
the Aether. That was
Yes.
I heard your calls and thought it'd be quite
We
useful.
appreciate it.
yes. No, but of course. Hello, Lucario. It's good
Hello.
to see your face.
I'll take my armor for respect.
Well, you don't have to. I understand you're in trying times right now.
Yeah. About that, we had a couple of questions that we wanted to ask you. First,
Yes, I'm well aware.
First, how are you human right now?
Well, it's not actually too terribly of a long story, but you understand when Adam came here, yes, he was in human form
Yeah.
most recently. That is partially because of the fact that, at least now, with the folders being reunited and Kano being fully aware of his potential as a developer, his coding has enabled us to be able to access our own forms as we see fit.
Oh,
And while I certainly could have been a panda if I wished, since I am currently in possession of his body, I figured it'd be much nicer to be in my actual human form because
Yeah.
it feels much more comfortable to me. And this is how I looked when I was in Eden, and I think it's much better that way.
well, I mean, I'm glad to see you in your actual form instead of just a panda.
Yes. Exactly. People used to call me a panda because I wear white and black, and they.
Yeah,
Tend
I
to
can
associate.
kind of see it. You
I
got
did
a
dress
nice,
up as a panda
nice
once
looking
for
coat.
Halloween,
That's funny.
which is quite interesting. Shall we walk somewhere a bit more comfortable?
Sure. Where
Perfect.
where would we want to go?
Well, there's a
what's
lovely
Fang?
place that's here.
We can go to Fang's place. I think that's the closest.
All right. Well, I'm here. Might as well agree to Max.
Max has no clue who you are, just saying.
Yeah.
I barely know much about you being so new to Eden.
Well, that's very understandable.
Oh, we gotta be careful with the night. There might be mobs.
Oh, well, I'm not terribly afraid. I have fought worse.
I remember when we did Sin came here and started talking to Lucinda, and Lucinda was like, huh?
Yeah.
Well, yes, you have to have a
We,
little bit of fun, you know?
Yeah. We spoke with the AI of Sin not too long ago, but you would know that. 'cause
Ah,
you-
yes. I'm quite aware. Yes.
Yeah.
It's probably been said before
Are
at one
you
point
the
in time.
panda guy?
Lucario. Yes. Unfortunately.
Oh goodness.
Unfortunately, the one bad thing with being a panda is that my dumpy is enormous, and I don't really care for that.
Well, it must have been unfortunate for you
Uh,
too. Apparently, they did a ritual with you a few months ago. I wasn't around
Yes.
for that,
Indeed, they did.
but you
was
were a panda then, and you couldn't speak.
Correct. Yes, much has changed in terms of
Just go in here.
These
what the
rituals,
spirits are able to do.
they change
now
every
that-
time I do. I'm involved with them.
Oh, where did
One
where
moment
did-
we lose
where did you guys
Kano.
go?
We're
Oh,
right. We're behind you.
Oh.
Oh, you're lagging.
I'm lagging
terribly.
a little bit. Okay. I think we should be. Hopefully, it's good. This
We shall
doesn't seem
see.
to be. There doesn't seem many.
For us,
be
you
any-
are stuck at the door. Oh,
Oh,
I don't know if that was intentional or not.
Oh,
You've left.
nope.
You
That
have
wasn't. That
disconnected.
was not intentional. That's just a simulation thing.
Ah, yes, quite familiar with the simulation
It's always causing
issues.
Yeah.
Still happens to this day.
the million times that it takes Max to get on.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
yes.
that was weird. Okay.
Perfect.
I'm good now.
All right.
right.
Then shall we, suppose let's avoid that room. This room is, I think, fine.
Okay.
Yes. Let's say we're not going in that room. That's a room, very dangerous room. I don't
Yeah, we can
of my
not-
fellow panda brothers
Yeah, we
choice.
um
All right, you have questions for me?
yeah. So I have a few written down. So Kano specifically wanted to ask you about Beta and about so you know that we've been dealing with Mirage a little bit.
Yes, just
And
a small bit.
yeah, and we've gotten some information about her. We kind of know what she went through during Beta. And we also found out that Levi had his own group. And that you and
Yes.
Adam and Ash were the only ones in Lauren's group.
Well, we weren't the only ones. I'll have you know. There were a few others that did exist in Lauren's group. I mean, we were the prominent three, the ones who tended to be most social. But who else was there? There are many others who existed, I feel.
Those were the only three that Lauren mentioned to me when I talked to her about it.
Maybe my memory's getting more confused as time goes on.
Yeah, it's been a while, so
at least I feel, was not Mousie's sister also in Lauren's group? Or was she
that's right, Mao. Yeah.
Yes, because I seem to remember she was there at the very
Whatever.
least.
What happened to her? While you
happened
were
to
Mao? Yeah. Did she just
Well-
leave like the rest of you did?
Well, I mean, she sort of seemed to take a bit of a back seat in the Aether when she had given all her energy to Mousie back in the first iteration of Eden that you have all been familiar with. I admittedly have not seen much of her since then. And by much, I mean at least nothing that I know of.
Interesting. But as far as like
So-
other members of Beta, did you know anybody from Levi's group?
Well, as the mayor, I guess perhaps what I've learned in my time in the Aether that I haven't been quite able to share yet, obviously, is that when I was mayor, I was not under the impression that there were any groups. If that makes sense. Everyone in Eden was part of Eden. And so it wasn't necessarily up to me what the jurisdiction was as to who sort of belonged to different groups. That was something that was decided between, well, I guess
Lauren and Levi,
I really don't.
Right?
I would say so, but the more I think about it, I don't really remember a conversation ever happening about that. I feel like we just had more people show up, and I think I just assumed that Lauren had given the clearance on them. But I don't remember them ever having a conversation about, having more people join in.
Right.
Which I guess wouldn't entirely surprise me, because Levi was a man who had a tendency to do what he wanted regardless of what others around him wished.
Very true.
So
And
it's
yes,
a very
however,
strong
I have Stretch
possibility
still
that
do it
those
again.
he invited were not necessarily checked by Lauren first.
Right.
Because I doubt, especially with the records of most that he brought in, I feel like their reputations are far less enjoyable. What with Sin and Mirage herself, there's also Zoe, who I think you all have met. And,
So Zoe was a member of Beta.
yes, no, Zoe was.
We've been trying to figure that out for so long.
I believe she. I don't. If you're putting it into these groups, I don't believe she was in the initial group that Lauren brought in for the beta test, and so I believe she was one of Levi's recruits.
Okay.
And I can only assume that, based on the pattern of who he seems to have invited, that her temperament was similar to theirs. Sweet, caring, but also with a very deliberate side of maliciousness if things went terribly wrong. But she she strayed more toward the wholesome side and very rarely ever showed her displeasure with regards to anything.
Right.
There was also Toby's brother. I'm struggling to recall his name.
Tobias.
Yes. Oh, yes, Tobias.
Wait.
Oh, wait.
Oh, this is new information.
Because he was there, in beta, which is why it was that connection there.
I had a question similar to having to do with. I was wondering because I don't know much about there's any relation to me connect because right now from what I know there's nothing much about me in the files. We had visited an area recently that has caused me pain similar to the paralyzation that I faced outside of. And I was wondering if there's like some sort of connection that
Right.
I have to do with that could be the reason that I'm being affected.
Yes. I
Person.
mean, to my knowledge, your situation, your paralysis, is very specifically due to an injury that was caused to you in the past. And coming into Eden, at least to my knowledge of the systems and what Kano's installed, there's some built-in process that, while you are indeed separate from your body, you're still somewhat connected. Unless, of course, you're in the case of, say, someone like Mousy, where a protocol has been partially instilled that were her body to fail, her consciousness would remain here in Eden. She wouldn't disappear. Because everyone else who's died, myself included, previously, has had their, spirits sent to the aether in a place, but they've not remained in the same way as someone, for example, like Gabe, who was dead and brought into Eden. There's complicated pieces that even I, again, don't entirely know. And so I can only assume that whatever pain you are facing or dealing with can either be two parts. One, it can be entirely physical. It could be that someone in the real world has done something that has changed the way your system is working. And so the reliever that would be given to the pain you usually would feel in the physical body is somehow being transmitted to your Eden self, because you are still connected to your physical body in some fashion. The other part could be entirely psychological. The trauma you faced in getting this injury is something that shouldn't be taken lightly. And I can only assume that as this journey of yours has continued, as you've managed to go on this adventure, that there is some level of stress and nervousness and anxiety that is affecting you. And that sort of energy is more than capable of shattering some of the barriers that would be simply held together by code. And
Yeah,
so
my family doesn't have anything, from what I know.
I wouldn't think so. It's weird. On the one hand, it's very easy for me to recall people who have been in Eden before, but I think there must have been some system put in place, whether it be by Lauren or Kano, or possibly even Levi, that unless someone has been introduced to your minds, I can't recall them in the same way. There's only been one exception to that rule thus far, and that is to do with Haven.
So you know Haven. You know of Haven.
Somewhat, yes. A little bit.
What is it that you know of her?
Well, I know partially what she's certainly told us spirits, because similar to what you all experienced when Haven arrived in Eden, she sort of gave an edict of some sort, saying that she was going to be here to command the spirits and do dastardly work here on the server, and that she was going to use our abilities to, in essence, help her with that cause. And so, through Mirage, she was able to gain access to a lot of Eden's code, and in doing so, was able to manipulate us to do her bidding.
Are you still under that effect?
It's complicated. She is not as watchful as she likes to think that she is, and partially because of the work of Kano and my connection to him through past history, there's some level of immunity I've acquired to influences like that. I can't really describe it. I think it's similar in some cases to the consciousness theory he mentioned with his brother, that when he was in the folder on his own, he created a sort of link between the two. And while Kano's not entirely aware of this because he's never had to deal with it in any way, that's part of the reason I was able to bring him to the Aether to exchange places with me all this time, is that because he built the code, he is intrinsically linked to Eden itself.
Right.
And because of that, I am intrinsically linked to Kano in this form that I have, since I'm a manifestation that he has created.
Yeah.
I think that's been explained before, but in essence, the only way I can actually be here like this in the way that you're seeing me now is because of the fact that I am possessing Kano's body.
Yeah.
And creating some things there. Other spirits, even those you've seen before, do not have the capacity to talk in the same way that I can because I'm using Kano as a vessel.
What about Adam? Because the last time we saw Adam, he was in his human form, but
correct.
he
But
was
Adam...
following around Ash, who was Mirage.
Correct. And because she's a separate entity, she is able to function that way. Adam, it's part of the process. I tried to use it as best I could, but when Kano did the ritual, what we did is, in essence, Adam took over Kano's body. I grabbed his consciousness and brought him to be with me during the time in which Adam was doing Mirage's bidding.
Basically to protect Kano.
Yes, in essence. Otherwise, he would have been left adrift. I
Yeah.
used the time to at least talk with him and at least reassure him. And it helped, if nothing else, that during that time, Mirage was fully consumed with doing damage here in the server. And so she was not paying any attention to me and what I was able to do. But unfortunately, yes. If Mirage were to find out that I'm here, which I suppose it should be me spending more time being cautious.
Yeah.
If she were to know, then I could at any moment be enforced to do her bidding.
Right.
To some extent. Again, I've acquired some immunity, but I don't know how entirely long it would last.
But you're saying that she's not watching as much as she likes to believe.
No. Well, her resources are limited. She is a powerful AI, but she only has so much power that can be offered to her.
Right.
I know there's so much that you know about her, and there's still much more to be found out. But her and Ash are more intrinsically linked than even she would like to know. And when Ash blipped, it removed a lot of Mirage's power.
Oh. Hold on, I'm gonna pull out something for you. I want you to read this and tell me if it sounds like something Ash would write. Just to make sure that it was her.
Yes.
And if anything in that note strikes you as familiar.
Definitely helps clear up the fact that maybe it wasn't maybe they just had someone from mess with me on the outs.
Yeah.
Oh, this is definitely Ash's writing.
Okay.
Probably a few less exclamation points than I would expect, but at the same time, I'm assuming when she wrote that message, it was a very dire situation. So
yeah,
she probably wasn't interested in normal frivolities. But that's definitely her. Those are things that I can almost guarantee she would say, and I don't think anyone else would be able to stomach the same sort of things that were said.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry that Mirage captured you and took you away like she did.
You know, it's in the past now. And I'm just glad that I was able to find that exit.
Otherwise
now
I might have been
Ash
dead.
left for me. Now that I know that it was 100% Ash, that relieves my my doubts. So.
Yeah, you escaped because me, Max, and Lucinda could have been gone in an instant.
Yeah, Mirage had again, you probably know, but Mirage had basically blamed Lucario and Max and Lucinda for things that she had done.
Right. If it helps, Lauren is not... I say this a lot. Lauren is not nearly as irrational as she seems. She thinks very logically and cares a lot for people who are in need. And if she was the one to bring you in here, then she is not going to question her own judgment in having made that choice. So even if she feels a bit on edge at times, the fact that you're here means that she trusts you enough to keep you here, especially after everything that's gone on. So I understand your worries. If anything...
We also haven't talked much either.
No, you haven't. But I know that, coming from the conversations that Kano's had with Lauren many times, they used to spend a lot of time in bars because Lauren would want to drink away her problems a little bit, especially with all the divorce things going on, and she's going through a lot.
Yeah.
So it's not an excuse for how she treated you, certainly, but the fear-mongering that she enabled is not nearly as severe as she made it out to be.
Yeah.
And
certainly wasn't.
yeah.
It didn't scare me as much as like the fear of maybe losing my leg here.
Right, which again I think is very psychologically tied for you. So I would keep that in mind. If you feel any more pain, check yourself. It's very possible, similar to what happened to Rachel so long ago, that a lot of what you're feeling could just be your own head doing this to you. And whether you use a placebo to figure it out or a tidbit of information, a tidbit of truth, that might enable you to break past that. But it's easier said than done, certainly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh. We were just talking about Lauren's irrationality. And
Correct.
We've heard some stories about what she may or may not have done to Mirage.
Mm-hmm.
There was a situation that we heard about with Adam and an explosion. And Mirage was at fault. Sin told you and Lauren banished Mirage. But Lauren denies ever knowing Mirage or having done that in the past.
Well, I guess the one thing I can say, without much of a doubt, is when that incident with Adam happened, all I remember happening was there being a funeral that Lauren hosted because Adam had passed. And she gathered everyone in the community. She didn't know what had happened specifically.
Mm-hmm.
She knew that he died, but at least to my knowledge, she wasn't sure exactly what had happened. And Levi for a while seemed quite smug after those days. But that smugness in the terms of he didn't exude more confidence. It was rather a sense of he seemed to be feeling justified about something.
About Adam dying?
Yes. And it's very possible.
Did he not
that
like Adam? Was there some sort of...
Well, I mean, Levi did not care for many people. He enjoyed Mousie's sister, and that was about it. He had special favoritism toward her, and everyone else was part of the project, and that was it.
Got it.
He and I got along well enough because of my capacity, but that was really about it. There was a lot to be desired in our relationship, and all I remember is that when Adam passed, and I saw it, well, didn't really see it. I was aware of it. I was in my mayor's office at the time, and I heard the explosion happening. It wasn't too far off from the spawn. And I went to look, and I saw Ash crying. I saw Mirage there, looking a bit nervous and concerned. And I'm pretty sure Levi was there as well. And since Mirage was part of his jurisdiction, I remember him taking her away. And then at one point in time, he had mentioned later on, because I hadn't seen her after that point, is that he said that Mirage was no longer going to be on the server, and that the administrators had decided to, basically kick her out of the system. And that was all I remember having heard from that. So then we just proceeded along as usual. We had one less member, but everything else was fine, and continued onward. And then it sort of catalyzed after that, because not terribly long after that was when Ash did her blip. Lauren was quite concerned. And then when everything in Eden seemed very unstable, that's when Lauren and Levi both made the call to shut down the beta.
Right.
And that was when Levi took his final steps to, in essence, kill the rest of us.
Yeah. Did Mirage and Ash know that this was a simulation?
I really don't know, because in all honesty, we never exactly called it that. We just kind of lived in Eden.
Yeah.
And everything that was here was sort of there. We knew that we existed outside of the simulation, but I don't think it was ever really a conversation that was had. Because everyone was having such a good time. We had no reason to talk about what was happening outside of Eden when our goal was to set up relationships here. And every time we left the simulation, we could talk afterward. It's like going to work from a 9 to 5.
Right.
And we could exit the simulation as we see fit. We could come back in. It just felt very much like we did have a family of sorts. And I knew that Mirage and Ash weren't players because, well, players in the same way because they never came out of the simulation. But I don't know. It never particularly concerned me because Lauren and Levi never seemed particularly concerned.
Right.
So I just let it be.
Any other?
Sorry, there was a lot of talking.
No,
I'm usually one for doing
totally
that.
fine.
I'm much more inclined to listen. It was my
Yeah.
job.
Every time I do a ritual, I learn something new.
Yeah, I mean, this is a lot, but it's a lot of good stuff. Matt's been missing for over a month, and
Yes.
today was the first sign of any mention of him
I saw that.
in a while. You've been in the Aether for a while. I mean,
Yes.
We heard from Sin that he wasn't up there, but you've spent a lot more time. Is there any potential that he could be up there?
I can say, with at least the utmost certainty that I have, that Matt is not in the Aether.
Okay.
It's strange. Again, I can think back to that time because I was there to see it from up above. But when he was taken, out of his house, he kind of vanished from view. I don't exactly know where he is.
Okay.
Unfortunately, but he's not left the simulation. I don't think, because there's no one who left it, because that was still during the time when the code was closed.
Yeah.
So he's somewhere, but he's obscured.
Does the phrase "what is forbidden is precious" mean anything?
Oh, yes, no, because you learned that from Mirage's TNT. It sounds... I think I remember seeing it somewhere on the building for Eden. There was a sign, like one of those posters, in essence.
The
that was
Serenity
kept there,
Tech
and I
building?
think... well, yes. Because there's plaques, there's other things,
Yeah.
there's recognition of just any sort of decor you might have. It's sort of similar like a live, laugh, love type vibe. I remember seeing something like that sitting in the hallway that bridged Lauren and Levi's offices. That's all I remember about that, unfortunately. I can remember the phrase because we walked back through there, because the way the building was organized is that we had the entrance, and then we had to go by Lauren and Levi's offices to get to the testing chamber where all of us were kept.
Right, we go through that. I think Kano take over Levi's office. I think that's what happened.
That would make sense.
I can't remember, but
he had his own, I remember, at one point in time, but I don't know if it was probably, now that he's taken on the role that he has with Lauren, he probably would have... I wish I'd read... That's a weird detail. Why can't I remember that one? of all things. Kana would know that, but I guess it's... But yes, either way, that plaque outside in that hallway, I believe, had that phrase. But it wasn't... It was in two languages. It had one with sort of like letters at the top, and then the other was in English.
Hebrew.
But that's what I know about that.
Yeah.
I know why you're asking, because I
Yeah.
can see what Kano's looking for.
Mm.
But that's the only place I remember seeing that.
Okay, good to know.
It's weird being here.
Yeah, I can imagine.
After everything that happened, I feel like the needs of Eden have shifted. It used to be that everyone was searching for who they were. And now, for the most part, everyone has a feeling, an idea, an inkling of who they are. And instead, the conflict has more to do with someone who doesn't like that and wishes to eradicate that sense of understanding.
But why would Haven give Mousie's memories back?
My only thinking is that in order for Haven to give, she must also take. She's not one who gives very generously. She would only give Mousie back her memories if she thought it would be a weakness to her or to us, or would cause a rift.
Right. Which maybe it did for a week, but we got past
I think,
that.
fortunately
That means
for
she
you,
could take the legs away and
Right.
Oh, yes. No, that's... Haven still has only so much access. She came into Eden, so I can only assume she came from somewhere outside of it.
Yeah.
But I didn't recognize her, certainly. So I don't know if she has the ability to exit in and out like everyone else. But it's very possible that she would indeed have physical means of accessing your legs. I'm more inclined to think it's a psychological approach, because I feel like the physical approach is something that's more akin to Levi, and Haven seems very determined to be not what Levi was.
Yeah.
She's made that very clear to us.
I mean,
above.
considering she hasn't shown up in the area
Right.
for a while, she is playing the long game, which Levi didn't.
No, Levi was always impatient. He wanted results instantly, and that's why he got his hands so dirty all the time. Whereas Haven, from what I can tell, she's much more inclined to have others do her work. That's why she's had Mirage do so much. That's why she worked to manipulate the spirits. Why she's worked to manipulate the Code of Eden to cause so much problems is because she doesn't want to deal with it directly. She would rather have it be sort of self-functioning on its own, which is not what Levi wanted. He wanted to be an overlord.
Yeah. Do you know anything about the corruption? The bedrock?
The ones that you've experienced recently.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think from what I know, it's simply just Haven messing with you. She has the ability to take that power and put it where she wants, and so it's causing an utter hindrance. I mean, it is tied in some ways to the coding that is related to the antivirus sword, but that's again nothing she shared with us.
Right.
If you think of it, corruption the same way, I'm sure that if Lauren were to fix that sword and use it, it could probably take care of some of that corruption. No problem.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But other than that, if there's anything else related to that.
Yeah, I have thoughts that it could be Mirage. And Haven isn't telling you what the corruption is stemming from because Mirage is the one doing it and hasn't told her.
I see. So you think this is that Mirage is doing it on her own?
Yeah. Maybe intentionally, maybe unintentionally.
Wouldn't put it past her. She hated authority.
Yeah. Which is surprising when I heard that she and Haven were buddy-buddy all of a sudden.
Well, at least to my knowledge, I don't think Mirage sees it this way, but despite the fact that Haven is sort of taking over everyone, and that includes Mirage, Mirage and her have more of a kindred relationship. It's the only way that Haven was able to convince Mirage to even use some of her powers in the ways that they were going to be working on this together.
Mm-hmm. They had made
While
some sort
Haven's
of
not interested
deal.
in dealing with people directly, Mirage definitely seems more interested in doing what Levi once did.
Yeah.
Following his footsteps a bit more.
Yeah. I was saying, Mirage said that she and Haven made some sort of deal. Apparently, Mirage now owes Haven a favor.
I see.
Yeah.
If I don't have any information about that, unfortunately.
Yeah, I mean, that would obviously be something between the two of them, but I'm just letting you know, so maybe you can help with the spirits. Potentially, if there's a way that, you know, you and the others can band together and, you know, gain control of yourselves again.
Yeah, I wish that were so. And I don't know if that's entirely possible, unfortunately. The spirits are under a pretty strict control through Mirage. And again, the only way that I've been able to be separate from that is through Kano.
Right.
And even Adam, who you'll note was here and played into Mirage's hands, the only reason why he did that is because he was under the impression that Mirage would do something to Kano if he didn't oblige.
Oh.
Or worse, to Ash, who, at least when I talked with him after, he seemed to think that Ash was actually back.
Right.
And Mirage manipulated him too. And it was only when she revealed her true colors that Adam realized he was being played into, and then I remember...
And then he told me.
Yes, and he told the Cogs as well. But Kano obviously didn't know, so he wouldn't have been able to share.
Right. Yeah,
But-
and that's when Adam told me that there was a second person. And I wish I had been quicker on that lead. But, you know, a couple weeks later, Haven showed up, and I hadn't looked into it, and...
Right.
Yeah. Just a little too late on that, but...
Yeah. Anyways, is there anything else? I know, Lucario, through my knowledge of Kano's memories, I remember you obviously were curious if there's some deeper connection to you and Beta, correct?
I know it's a whole psychological. Why would they just suddenly now mess with me if they were to do anything? If I have no connection to Eden or anything in... Like, I could have possibly done deals with people that have been in relation to Levi before, being an adventurer, and I don't know if they got in contact with any of those people, something. It could be anything. I just was not sure I had, like, any connection past Eden and Beta.
Understood. To my knowledge, again, not that there's much to know, but I don't think you have any incredibly deep connection to them that I'm aware of. But I would say the one thing I could say that they've possibly pinpointed you for is that in the past, Levi was always interested in picking on who he seemed to be was the weakest link in some way. And I have no doubt Mirage saw you. I mean, that's why she was interested in talking with you and Lucinda and Max, because she knew that you were new and had the most fear to prey upon.
Mm-hmm.
And not only that, but you are physically disabled. And unfortunately, people like Mirage and Haven aren't
like-
interested in showing it mercy. And if they can cause harm any way they can, they're going to start with what's most easily accessible to them rather than striving for something that's not as achievable.
'Cause other than that, I'm fine. And it didn't start to. Of course, it could have just been psychological. Pain started when we arrived at that mansion.
Mm-hmm.
It was just happened. Sucks that they're using the disadvantage of me being this caused me more pain. I just hope we can put an end to them.
You and me both. Don't usually wish ill will on anyone, but Mirage was never a particularly nice person, and Haven certainly seems to follow that suit, and the more pain they cause, the more I wish that they both were.
Do you think that Mirage could ever be redeemed?
If she were to be redeemed, I think she'd have to finally learn how to look past herself. Because she's very selfish and consumed with her own thoughts and desires, and
Her perspective.
unless she can get past that, which in all I've known, time I've known her, she's not been like that. Everything's been about her. If she can for once think about someone else, then perhaps she could be redeemed. But in the state she's in now, unfortunately, I think she is unwilling to do that, make that step, and she thinks she's right. And when you think you're right, it can be very difficult to prove that you're wrong.
Yeah. Same with Levi. Levi was like that too.
Yeah. They're very alike, the two of them. But I'm still not entirely sure why.
Is it possible that Levi made Mirage?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past him, but I also don't know how capable he was. I mean, he had a third coder come in to help him actually coordinate Eden. He had no true coding knowledge of his own, so
Right.
he would have had to take it from somewhere else in order to make something of his own. All his creations obviously turned out to be failures,
He took
at
it
least
from
to some
Ash.
extent.
He took it from Ash. Surely, right? I mean, if Mirage and Ash are almost the same person, and Levi needed something to base Mirage off of, he would have taken Ash's code and just changed it around a little bit.
I mean, it's a definite possibility. I trust your judgment more than my own in these matters because coding is not my forte.
It's not mine either, but I mean, the logic is there.
Indeed. Well, is there anything else you wish to know or ask of me?
Nope.
I think
Zeus.
that was mainly it. I guess to wrap it up, I just want to make sure that what we know about Lauren is true, if she is the person that she presents herself to be to us. That we're not missing anything.
From what I've met of Lauren, which has only technically been a little longer than you have,
Mhm.
but in different capacities, because you got to see her more outside the simulation than I did. She didn't open herself up in that way to us when you all went through that circumstance together with Levi. She let herself be a bit more vulnerable, shared more of her life with people. And at least from what I can testify from what Kano's seen, it adds up with what I saw in Eden, those many years ago. And she's stubborn, but she's very smart, very kind. And ultimately, she, unlike Levi, looks to herself first when there's a problem, and blames only herself when things go wrong.
Yeah.
So, I would say that everything she said so far I have no reason to doubt, and the only time she's ever lied was to protect someone. And even then I think she was protecting herself from herself. Back when she lost her memories, because she had to program that in herself to some extent. But that's really all I can say.
Yeah. I think that's all we really need to hear.
Hmm.
Understood. Well, I can't think of anything else that I have missed.
Perfect timing and sunrise.
Yeah.
I feel like be
It's a shame.
You can spend a few more minutes here if you'd like to look out at the sunrise and experience that. We can even go outside.
Yeah, I would like that actually.
I learned so much today.
Well, I am Dr. Poe. I am the repository of knowledge here in Eden.
Oh, let's go to the beacon, because that's a pretty view.
Oh,
It's so much to think about, considering how I had the theory of just maybe they had someone from my past come and mess with me.
yes, I mean, there's always possibilities. But I think usually what we found with the case is that if you look exactly at what's in front of you first, you tend to find that the answer's right there.
Yeah, I mean, exactly. So, you can sit down on a bench or just watch.
I just stand here and look. It still makes me sad that I won't be able to see this in the real world ever again. I'm not sure if Kano's mentioned it, but I had a very happy family outside the simulation. And the only thing I'm sad about more than anything is that I won't be there to see my daughter graduate and go to college. She was very excited to have me there.
What's her name?
Claire.
Good thing we weren't in the house.
Oh my god.
Good thing we weren't in the house.
We should have said we didn't stay there for any more longer.
Claire. That's...
Definitely, the way you say you get to makes me wonder about my younger sister and then brother. I miss them sometimes, but they don't always agree with your choices.
Yes. No. Taking the time to spend with your family is very important because you never really know exactly what's going to be happening anytime soon. It's the OG Panda.
Yeah.
He said nothing. I'm very, very concerned for him. Does he want to simply stand there? I won't let him bother my fun. I'm quite curious to watch the sunrise. I probably should get going. I don't want Mirage to.
Hello?
Yeah.
Hello.
Hi, we're just wrapping up, but if you have anything that you want to ask Dr. Poe, also you can join us for the end of the ritual, but...
I'm a little confused about...
I mean, we were in your house, so it would have been more
What?
weird.
Yeah, we were just in your house.
Why?
Because you are the mayor, and I am the mayor, so therefore I get your stuff.
What? That's not
Hand
how
over your
that
armor.
works. No.
You know you want to.
I don't actually.
No, don't give up
Are
your
you
stuff to
sure?
a spirit. I had to do that and it sucked.
What?
Mirage took my Mirage took my valuables. Hell. But dude.
But why? What? For what reason?
Why the
There's no
ritual?
particular reason.
Because
Yeah,
we
like
wanted
what-
to learn and we got stuff. You gonna be a part of the later conversation. We can't stay out here much longer.
All right,
Yes.
do your thing.
All right.
Alright,
we'll
you're all
head back.
good.
No, Fang, I got tried it now.
I'll just
I'll see.
follow
Oh, my
you.
boy Gabe is.
Change it. It's the side.
Skeleton Man.
Fang, look, I got Trident 2 now.
Hey.
And I'm moving
What's
in
it
with
called?
you guys.
What?
Oh, yeah.
Actually-
You know the area over there?
Which area?
Speaking-
The area over
speaking
there
of
that we're
Gabe.
moving? We're clearing?
Yeah.
Oh.
There is actually something that I have of good news regarding.
Oh?
So you know, Fang, how you were searching endlessly for Gabe?
Yeah.
Well, have you ever thought to look in Levi's private files?
I never had access to them, and there
Well-
was no one that I could immediately talk to that did at the time.
Man.
It's something you might want to consider looking, because Gabe was brought into Eden by Levi. It's very likely that when you have the chance, take a look through his personal files, and I'm sure you'll find a USB that will contain Gabe's information.
Oh shit.
So if you're looking for his skull, I'm pretty sure it's in a glass jar somewhere in northern
Oh.
Egypt.
What the?
Northern
Wow.
Egypt?
What?
Yo, Fang, when we get out of
Hello.
here, you want to go on an expedition? I haven't went on one in years.
Do I have to like pull you around in a wheelchair?
Oh, no, I can move. It's
Also,
a weird.
that's just me being facetious. I don't actually know if it's in northern Egypt or not, but I do
Okay.
have a strong feeling that Gabe's USB is probably with Levi's files. It's the only thing that makes sense.
Got it.
Wheelchair
I didn't
moves,
think of it
like-
earlier.
It's not fully.
I can
like,
write that
don't
down
have-
for you real quick. Bang.
You don't have to
Por
push it.
favor.
right?
Oh my god, por favor.
It's a pretty neat wheelchair. Like it can do a lot of
Also, what's your trident called?
things. One Piece.
Is it actually just called One Piece?
Oh,
No.
apologies. I just got word that no, it's not northern Egypt. It's southern Egypt. I was very
Mm,
close.
mm.
My GPS is not working nearly as well as it should.
L.
Understand.
Is that
Is it at-
confirmed?
Is that
I mean,
canon?
I don't know. This is semi-lore, so who knows? if
Who
it's lore
who
or
knows?
not.
It's semi-lore. Well, anyway, should we? I guess I can lead the ritual.
Yes, I
Don't
think
look
that
at me.
would-
I'm
using
here as a
energy.
witness.
Yes.
Yeah, no,
Also, I'm
that's
going to-
fine.
I
Also,
don't know what I'm doing.
Lucario is also here as a witness, so
You act like I can do a ritual.
Before I do this, actually, because I
Mm.
have the power still to do this, and I think it'll make sense and make your life a lot easier. Do you happen to still have the anvil that you used earlier?
yeah.
So I'm going to do something to enable your process a little better, because I'm sure
Oh.
you wish to tell Kano about everything you've learned, yes?
Yeah.
Would it be easier for you if you didn't have to explain it all to him?
Yo.
Oh.
That would actually be so much easier.
Yeah,
Allow
it
me.
definitely would. I
Let's
did
see.
Por
take down a lot of
favor.
notes, but
Hold on, let me just
Then how about...
hold that.
I think this will do.
Let's do that.
Do this.
I still gotta do my Twitch title. Hold up.
At least we weren't inside your house.
yeah, we had literally just left your house.
Okay.
Why?
Hand this to Kano.
Oh.
It's something that will enable him to, in essence, maintain a connection with me,
Mhm.
so my memories will be joined with his.
Oh. So
At least
he'll-
partially.
He'll have a little bit of a glimpse of what's going on in the Aether with you guys?
Correct. It will enable the connection to go back and forth. It means I can tell him everything that you guys have learned, so you don't have any need to share that with him again, because I know
Okay.
that can get redundant.
Oh, it's very redundant.
But it'll only be when he uses it, and he'll have to willfully cause it to happen. It won't
Got it.
necessarily happen
Okay.
often. It's not like an
Okay.
instantaneous bam, he now has an understanding of everything, because the only
Yeah.
way that was enabled last time was when the spirits were completely sent back into the aether and unable to communicate the way we did. So
Right, but now
I just
since
figured
the
I'd
spirit
provide
folder is open, right?
correct.
It's different?
There's
Okay.
a lot more we can do. Yes.
So, starting up the ritual. Kano, we've learned quite a bit from Dr. Poe. He's been very helpful. And, we'd like you to return to us so we can finally be able to find answers to defeat Mirage and Haven. So...
Then find Matt.
And find Matt. Yes, that as well. So, please, come back to us, Kano.
This is the part where I do the spinny thing now.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
It was a pleasure to meet you as well, RachelKye.
Bye, Dr. Poe.
Goodbye.
Yeah, I'm meeting everybody.
True.
Who was Adam?
Farewell, Dr. Poe.
Dr. Poe?
He's staring into my soul.
I'm sure
Who do
we'll
I meet
talk
next?
again.
Sin. Oh no,
I
wait,
already
you
met
met him. Yeah.
Time to meet Levi.
Tobias. Only the OGs remember Tobias.
Fang, we learned something about Tobias. Tobias was in beta.
And so was Zoe.
Yeah?
I thought we knew that. Did we?
I don't think so.
Oh yeah, Matt.
I thought I was told this.
From Tobias? Oh wait.
From
No,
Toby.
Then no, that does make sense because Tobias knew. Yeah, no. We knew this. But now we know that Zoe was there too.
Okay, at least it wasn't all just that. Because if it was just that.
Yeah, that's right. Memories and
Oh yeah, we
stuff,
were talking
yeah.
about like my stuff, and then Matt joined.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Matt
What?
is
What?
in somewhere still in Eden.
Okay, that's good.
Yeah. He is like 100% not in the Aether. We got
Bueno.
something as to potentially a lead, but
We can talk in private.
we can talk
like,
in private about that, yeah.
not in a circle.
Not here.
Nice. Lucario, do you want to tell me where you're living?
Yeah, I'll show you after.
Okay.
Me and Gabe are working.
Nice. Need to work more on my keep.
He's a very nice person.
Are we? Yeah, Dr. Poe.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's pretty chill.
Yeah.
Sebastian doesn't like him.
Oh.
Well,
Hey.
not liking is a strong term. Just... Oh,
Kano?
Hello.
Hi.
You good?
Hello.
Yeah, I'm fine. Did it work?
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, it worked.
I'm Matt.
oh, hi, Kano.
Oh, hi. When did
I
you
just-
show up?
That very recently.
Yeah.
Oh, I
It
see.
was like
Is
the
Max
tail
still
end
here?
of our conversation. No.
Max met Dr. Poe though.
Oh, that must have been an interesting experience.
Not
So did I, and
not
then-
directly. Dr. Poe spoke in the chat. He thought it would be polite to say hello to Max.
Ah,
Yeah.
I see.
Hey, stop.
He's a very
Um,
nice guy.
We have something for you.
Oh,
Don't say
oh.
we. Don't look at me. Don't
I
look
am
at me.
looking at
I
you.
don't
You
know.
said
I
the
don't
thing.
know what's
You
going
said the
on.
thing.
The thing.
Mm-hmm.
God. Oh. What? Hello?
Do you not know the thing?
I'm very tired.
Oh my goodness. Okay,
What
fine.
thing
I will
are we
explain
talking
it to you.
about?
You know about when you're talking about your nice shots.
Oh yeah.
SMH.
Well,
Right, yes, you said you had something for me?
Yeah, Dr. Poe made this for you. It
Oh.
Oh, I did know that
No.
existed.
Oh.
because it happened like 5 minutes ago.
Oh my god.
What's
dude.
this?
It's a pendant and allow you to connect to Dr. Poe's memories, his consciousness, and you can
Oh,
control
when
it
you're
when you want.
yeah,
Only
yeah,
if you
when
will
you're
it.
willing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Is that safe? Should I do that?
Well,
We
it'll
We have
allow
no
you-
idea. I mean,
Yeah.
Do you want someone to test it for you? Like,
Well, I mean, I think it can only be on Kano. I can
What?
assume
oh,
it would probably be less safe with us. He's
True. I
probably
might
the safest to
explode.
put it on.
I might die.
So
I might explode.
What?
Lucario might
It's
lose
really
his legs.
extreme.
Oh yeah, I might lose my legs too.
well, it'll allow you to
No.
remember everything that we talked about with him.
Oh.
So we don't have to
Okay.
explain it all.
Yeah.
Oh, that probably is why. Okay, then well, if he said it that way, I'm going to only trust that that is intentional. Okay, so he said, what did he say that I have to do?
You have to
gotta
will
will
your
it?
consciousness. Yeah.
Okay,
Do it.
then I will.
Me too.
Wait, wait,
That sounds like you're constipated. Please, sir,
That's something.
I think we need to
I'm
give
just
him some
gonna-
time. I think we need to give him some
I'm just
time.
gonna wa-
No,
just
no, you're
gonna
fine. You're fine. You're
walk-
fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. You're fine. Okay, okay. I've been filled in. I know.
Okay.
Okay,
I know.
You're
I know what you're talking
good.
about. Yeah.
It's about to take another hour just to explain everything you talked to us
No,
about.
my brain hurts.
Yeah.
I mean, I need to know everything, but you know,
Oh.
a nice shot, literally.
Wow.
I love how you still got the name.
That's a lot. That's a lot. A lot.
Mm-hmm.
Oh boy.
Are you gonna tell Fang?
Well, I
I'd like-
mean, we can when we go back to see the pandas.
Right. Yes. Very good point.
Wee.
Okay. Then we can make our way there. I think would be.
Man,
best
I made a
plan.
new friend today.
That's good.
I get to go see my brethren,
The
I have to talk to
brethren.
new.
Yes.
the boys. Boys.
It's nice. I
boys,
meet
boys.
everyone. I met
Exactly.
Sin. I met Adam. I met
You have not met everyone.
okay, not everyone.
Well, clearly
Technically,
not.
because
few people.
technically you haven't met real Ash. Because
I
that
didn't
was
even meet
Mirage,
fake Ash.
wasn't it?
I didn't even meet fake Ash.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
I didn't get to experience the fake Ash.
That's okay.
Well, hey, I didn't either, so you're in good company.
That's also
Oh
okay.
yeah, you weren't here. So
Well,
It was Adam, wasn't it?
Adam.
yeah, Adam was in his
Ah,
body.
damn.
Adam was in his body, and then Dr. Poe grabbed Kano's consciousness.
Yeah.
Bro really said swiper, no swiping.
No, he explained that actually to Rachel and them. Apparently, I didn't realize this at the time because he didn't explain it very well. But Dr. Poe, originally Mirage was just to have me sit in the Aether, and Dr. Poe whisked me out to hang out with him while Adam was possessing my body.
So
That
it
was
was
pretty
it was
poggers.
good. Good thing.
Yeah, no, thankfully, I'm not really sure exactly what Mirage would have done. to me if I
Dr.
had
Poe
not gotten
really
it, but-
said swiper, no swiping on that one.
He also
Yeah.
explained the deal with like my legs that like it'd be psychological.
Yo, well, we can wait for that to when we get to the my brethren.
Yeah.
Get to the
It's
brethren.
my brothers.
Oh, it's
Babe.
already open for us. Let's go.
Yep.
Oh, let me
Look
just
at that.
sneak
Wonder
out
who
of
used
there.
that.
Not me. I just
Just
got
waiting.
here.
I'm waiting for us to get to the computer and just see Gabe already there.
I mean, I saw him in the base, so I don't think he could be, but
You never know.
I'm already
Just-
up here.
I'm
Well,
just
you
glad I
gotta-
got questions answered.
Yeah, Trident, bub.
I didn't use it. I just walked.
Oh, I see. Well, now you know why I didn't like taking the staircases Mousy made, because they were all really long.
I just walked up the hill.
Oh, thanks.
Oh no.
Okay, we're good now.
I still think it's really sad that I saw someone use this door once and I immediately understood everything.
Is it bad?
I think it's funny. Hold up, I got you. Okay, you closed it. Bonk.
There you go.
Everyone in
Ooh,
voice.
Seed.
Wee.
Wee
Hello.
woo, wee woo.
Okay.
Canucka, do you mind if I check if it's still there? Like the funny thing, the TNT.
If you want to, but we already checked it earlier, so we know it should still be there unless
Oh,
it's
okay,
moved.
cool.
Yeah, it was
Okay.
earlier today.
I also deliberately asked Lucario and Rachel to not witness it to
Yeah.
hold to Mandy's
So.
saying.
Cool. So it's still only us to do that now.
Correct.
Let's go. That makes life so much easier. And less
much clout.
stressful. Alright, fill me in, boys.
Okay.
Hold on, I feel like just
This is kind of
Right.
funny. I just realized that Dr. Poe doing this whole thing is going to be superfluous because Fang is here. And we're going to explain to Fang exactly what he just missed out on.
exactly. Take a seat, ladies and gentlemen.
Dr. Poe, I'm sorry, you became moot.
But I
Alright.
mean, at least you can explain it as well, Kano.
That's true. It's also very true. I'm not
Instead
completely
of
Because I
just
clearly, I don't think I would
Rosario.
remember like half of it.
And I can
Right.
interpret it from Dr. Poe's perspective.
Yeah.
I've got his thoughts in my head.
Exactly.
He looks
Oh,
very
welcome
good
to
as
my
like a
life
human.
with
Have you
Sam.
seen what he
he's-
looked like
he
as a human?
still thinks of you kind of like like a child in a good way, Rachel, like his child.
Oh.
You're about
We've seen what he
you're
looked
like-
like as a human.
you're only a few years older than his daughter, so
Oh.
More than having a daughter.
Yeah.
yeah, he's a
Couldn't
wife
do
too.
me. Whoa, simp move, buddy. Simp move.
So as far as things that he told us, Zoe and Tobias were in beta, part of
Mhm.
Levi's group. There were potentially other members of Lauren's group, though he remembers that as mayor, it didn't really matter like who was in which group. They never really established things within the members. It was kind of just like Lauren and Levi had apparently had, spoken separately about it, and that had been established that way. Dr. Poe is basically helping us in a way, but he still has like that connection to Mirage and Haven. So if they found out that he was present in Eden, he could be manipulated by them in order to act.
Okay, so
do their
he's
bidding.
just been kind of, super spy, chilling
Yeah.
out, not being seen.
Pretty much.
Cool.
But with Dr. Poe, he said that he had like some sort of connection to you, Kano, as far
Yeah.
as the with the spirit folder and like the connection that Nova had with the folder as well. And now that it's
Yeah, but
open,
that part-
they have a little bit more of a freedom.
Yeah, that part concerns me a bit, because I didn't realize I was in the same way that I've been connected to spirits. For some reason, I'm also connected to Eden, which concerns
Yeah,
me just
yeah.
a smidge.
I mean,
As
you're
much
a
as
robot, so
as much as Nova is.
Right, man, brother like brother. Goodness.
Yeah.
kind of weird, champ.
Took Kano's mind to protect when being separated. It kind of talked about that. Otherwise, your consciousness would have kind of been floating in the void.
Hey, I know that feeling.
Yeah.
It's called being dead.
So I also mentioned, Fang. So the
okay.
we found a piece of TNT at the location for Mirage's mansion that we went on
Rachel?
Thursday.
Rachel, I was there.
That's right.
It's
I-
okay.
Remember
we
when-
did say-
remember when I- remember when we
understand.
got
It's a
here?
lot to keep
That's
track
right.
of.
Remember when we got here and I
Uh,
said, "Hey, Kano, can I check on the thing
Yeah.
to make
no,
sure it's
that's
still there?" Almost like I
talking
knew it
to
existed.
I'm talking to so many people. I'm sorry.
Just gotta
I'm
keep track of
talking
too
to
much.
I've talked to like every single person on this server about something completely different.
She's very sociable.
I've told everybody a completely different story.
What? Oh yeah, she's the author of the Teeden, by the
Yeah,
way. She's the one
I've
who's
been
been
writing
teaching
the
all the
Teeden.
tea.
Yeah, that was my thought.
Yeah,
Like I thought
I've
it might have been
leaving-
Lucinda. I
I've
thought it might
been-
have been Lucinda, but
Yeah.
the grammar's too like good to be Lucinda. So I'm
Pay
like, it has to be
attention to the
Rachel.
capital letters.
I have a book on me.
Yeah,
Shut the
you
fuck
can you can just
It's
do
nothing
that
you
on
don't
your
already
own.
know, but feel free
Yeah.
to check it for later.
Yeah. So just yeah. So with the TNT, which you know about, and the Hebrew letters, we basically were able to translate it to what is
Jeopardy.
What is forbidden is precious.
What is forbidden is precious. I was just getting to the page. Dr. Poe told us that there is a plaque above the administrator's offices in the Serenity Tech building with that same quote, both in English and in Hebrew.
Weird champ.
Yeah, so we must have passed that plaque like so many times and just never clocked it.
Well, I never like have read Hebrew before,
Well, it was in English too.
We've read English.
but
Or
like,
have
if,
you
like,
not?
okay. So imagine you're like walking past like a bathroom stall.
Yeah, you
and
don't
bathrooms
recognize
written on
it.
the
You
wall.
don't write. You don't.
You're not just gonna look at it and be like, oh yeah, what is forbidden is precious. Yeah. Like,
I mean,
Yeah,
I will
I-
say that usually I'm the kind of person who does look into that sort of thing, so I'm kind of surprised that I haven't seen it.
maybe it just got put up, like when we're
Well,
stuck.
No,
that
it
or I
was-
guess it could be that. But I also, if I haven't seen it, Dr. Post said it was there, but that I haven't seen it. So what if Levi took it down?
Oh.
Oh yeah, that could be it. Because how does Dr. Poe know it's there?
Right. Well, he said
So-
that it was there when he walked back and forth,
Yeah.
back in the days of beta.
Good old Beta.
Continuing on, we asked about what happened with the whole Adam situation. And what Dr. Poe said was that he heard the explosion happen. He went out, he saw it was Mirage. Ash. Levi was also there. And I think
Well, hold on. Can
Those were
someone
the three
explain me
people
what
that-
Adam situation we're talking about? Because I don't know.
Where Adam
So-
died.
yeah, Adam
What?
Adam was Adam was exploded by Mirage. Sin had told us that there was an explosion near spawn back in beta that like killed Adam. Like
Oh
perma-killed.
shit.
Yeah, it is kind of bizarre to think that Adam was killed by an in Eden explosion. Like,
Yeah,
does that
I
mean
was
that
just kind of
his,
Yeah.
thinking about that. Like,
I mean-
does that mean he was in like almost a comatose state, like Nova was?
No, I think. Well, he died straight up,
Right, but like,
like Sword Art Online style.
right, that was what I was thinking. But like, say if Nova were to like die in something big like that in Eden while he was still in his coma, Eden is like his last connection to life. Would that have killed him, or would he just be stuck in a coma?
I don't know. Because his was a unique situation in that, like, he became part of the system because he died. He was taken out of the system by Levi prematurely, and his consciousness got linked up to the spirit folder. I don't think the same as with Adam.
Okay.
Yeah, this
to my
seems
knowledge,
this
that would
seems
be the
different, especially if the TNT was placed in Mirage's house by Levi.
Yeah.
Okay, then I don't want to be that guy, but how do we know that Levi didn't actually just kill fucking Adam?
Because they witnessed Mirage do it. Sin
No, I'm saying
Sin
I'm
knew of
saying
the
outside.
plan.
I'm saying outside of Eden.
Because Mirage isn't
Oh,
a
you think
person.
that Levi like timed?
No,
it?
I'm saying Levi did it.
I mean,
That is literally the only thing I can think of.
it's
Why? I don't know,
possible.
but Levi's kind of a dick, so anything's possible with him.
It definitely is possible. But how could he also have been present for it? I mean,
Levi can do anything he sets his mind to, whether good or bad.
that is true. He can be in the system while expiring somebody.
He
So
could probably
that
he
makes
could
sense.
probably literally like be walking around with a VR headset. Like
Stumbling around, just being like.
Hello, welcome.
Exactly.
No,
Alex
I don't think
Fellow
Eden's
Alley.
technology
Ray,
works
can I
that
call
way.
you that? I mean,
It's
sure.
pretty much like you go into
Sure,
a
I go by
console
Rachel
consciousness
now,
and
literally
but
Sword
you
Art
can still
Online.
call me
go
Ray.
from there.
That's fine.
Yeah, but that's through VR headsets, but they don't walk around in the real
Sword
world.
Art
while they're
Online,
in
but it's
Sword Art
Minecraft.
Online.
Yeah.
It could. We'd never know.
I mean,
Okay, and then there's a
Season 4.
thing of
Oh,
yeah.
no.
Abridged.
So
No.
and basically what Dr. Post saw like after the accident had happened, and you know, Lauren had held a funeral for Adam with Ash and himself. And he said that Levi seemed smug and justified after Adam's death.
He killed Adam outside of Eden. 100%.
Yeah,
100%.
that definitely makes sense.
but did he say that in reference to Adam, or did he say that in reference to Mirage?
He said that generally. It could have been about
I don't
either.
think I don't really think it matters because Mans was at Adam's funeral when he did it.
Or
Like, he was
Adam's
acting all
time of
smug at
death.
Adam's yeah. He was acting all smug and shit at Adam's time of
I was
death
just
and
watching your
probably
Yandere
funeral.
series. Nice, thanks for the watch. Thanks for being here right now.
I think it's pretty probable to say Levi just actually killed Adam for whatever reason.
But why would he do that is the question.
Levi's weird, man. He could do anything for no reason.
to cause chaos.
Literally.
Maybe.
I mean, if he planted the TNT in Mirage's beta house, and I mean, what if there was more TNT that he gave to her? And what if that was the TNT that she used to blow up Adam?
That could be. I mean, one of the things that's also interesting that I didn't think about until now, but because Levi's always been very intentional, he could have planned for Adam's death in order to make it so that Lauren would have to, like, whatever set off the spiral of dominoes that caused Eden to shut down, which then enabled him to have Lauren reset.
I'm telling you,
and
man.
put her in the place.
Levi killed Adam. Like, I hate to say it, but the more we talk about it, the more convinced I am.
Yeah. No, that seems
Look, he set up the
very
whole
reasonable.
scene. Set it up. He gave the
How
TNT.
did this man find another way to make me hate him more?
If he set up the scene, what?
Why are you looking at me?
Oh my god!
Oh, I see where she's going. with it.
Oh my god!
If Levi set this up, then it means that Mirage didn't kill Adam.
No. That's not. That's.
Oh.
I'm thinking about something else entirely. Because
Okay.
Levi is always one step ahead. Why would Lauren banish Mirage? Why would Lauren do that? Because she wouldn't.
What?
Because it was Levi.
Oh my god.
Five head.
Lauren has a vote for
That level
none
of
of this.
Galaxy brain.
No
realization
freaking
of Levi's.
wonder. No freaking wonder Lauren doesn't know who Mirage is because she doesn't know who Mirage is.
So how did? So wait. So okay. So if Levi did that, then how did he keep her secret?
He took away people's
Completely.
memories in Eden.
Or he
Well,
just
yeah, but
didn't
that was-
have them
that
interact
was-
with her.
He hid Mirage off.
Lauren doesn't know
That's very
half of the
possible.
people who were in beta.
And think about it, the only people who really knew about Mirage were the people in beta. Sin, Dr.
True.
Poe, Adam, Ash.
Yes.
It's
That's
only the
something
people
Dr.
in
Poe
beta.
mentioned explicitly was that at least they all seem to know each other, but in some ways, I'm guessing Levi kept a lot of things from Lauren.
Mirage could have been just random person that Levi got in Eden.
That's possible, or there's another theory that was developed when we talked with Dr. Poe.
But that's
When you
just a
talked
theory.
with Dr. Poe. Yes. Blue's Clues theory.
God, don't remind me of Blue's Clues, man. I only get depressed.
But no, at least Rachel theorizes that potentially Levi created Mirage by pulling parts of Ash's code.
Yeah.
Weird champ.
Thanks for stopping by, Alex Follow
But why would
Alley.
he do
Appreciate it.
that? That's the thing that I guess there is no real answer for. Why would he have gone
I
so far
mean-
as to make Mirage
Because
and then trap her if he was the one who did it?
Because he needed her here. He needed her here because when Beta shut down, Mirage was still here. And she was the only thing left from Beta.
Right, because
That,
everyone else
that maybe he knew
went
of.
to the
And-
ether.
There might be a secondary reason. This is just me, just throwing my ball at the wall.
Both of them.
Oh my
That
god.
was not the joke I was ready for you to make, Kadoka.
That's why Gabe's
Levi's
not here to bring
always
the humor.
true. Levi's
Should we
always
tell him,
been
hey Gabe, wanna do lore? Hey
just be
Gabe,
there for humor. Like
wanna do lore?
it's not his name's not Gabe.
Oh,
Should be.
sorry. I mean,
Oh hey.
sorry, I have to say Mousy is the best. Wanna do lore?
Anyway, Levi's always been about trying to make a community. And what makes
Hi.
a union best
Mousie's
for
the best.
people. Hi Mousie's the best.
Hello.
What makes like the best union except for everyone to back behind, like a villain essentially is what I'm trying to say. I can't
the
articulate my words
Soviet
today.
Union?
Exactly. But like the best thing to make everyone united is to have someone that unites them, a villain per se, and he could have made Mirage for that purpose.
Can I get some context?
Oh yeah,
boy,
Dr.
a
Poe
lot
came by
has
and said
happened.
hi.
An order of fries as well.
we talked to Dr.
What
Poe.
size? What size?
Medium, please.
No.
Can you write that order out?
Get me.
No.
Tell me exactly what you want.
Hold on, I'll go pick it up with the drive-thru with my wheelchair.
Is it motorized? Because we can't allow non-motorized vehicles. Dude, it has to be a motorized vehicle because then our
That's so
sensors will
lame.
pick it up.
Oh, pff. What if we're big enough to be a motorized vehicle, huh?
Don't you have cameras on those? Though?
Well, no, the
I mean,
sensors
with
are
this
there for our
dumpy.
Oh my goodness. Well, we're definitely getting the humor out of the lore that you asked
God,
for.
Anyway,
Bang.
context? Mr. Poe was here.
Mr. Poe.
Mr.
Yeah.
Dr. Poe.
Mr.
No, his first name's Doctor, last name Poe.
I
Oh,
haven't seen his doctor and I don't believe him.
I seen him before
No.
Gabe.
His name is Doctor.
I don't
That's
believe it.
rough.
Yeah.
So is he Mr. Doctor?
Yes.
Yes.
No, he's Dr. Dr. Poe.
Mr.
We
Doctor.
missed this
Dr. Poe.
conversation. This was something I vaguely remember having with my cogs many years
Is his
ago.
wife's name
Is his-
Dr.
yeah,
or Mrs.
Is his
Dr. Poe?
wife's name Mrs. Dr. Poe?
No, because Doctor isn't her name. Her name is
Oh,
Mrs.
could
Whatever
be.
Poe. I mean, fill in the blank.
Mrs. Dr. Poe.
It's like what's her name from Amazing World of Gumball, when her actual name is Doctor and not what's it? What's her name? The mom, Gumball's mom, was named Doctor by her
I
parents.
haven't watched that show in so long.
Oh
I
goodness.
genuinely have not seen that. in
Nicole.
forever.
Mm.
She's Dr. Nicole, and she went by her middle name.
We're currently
Uh.
theorizing about Levi being more of a dick than usual.
We should, do we want to bring Gabe here so that way the
Gabe,
walkie-talkie
do you know where the pandas
isn't...
are?
I'm aware.
Here, I can go show him. I can go show him.
Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Bring him to the pandas.
I will show you my
I
brother.
learned so much about Eden today.
Yeah.
Come to my brethren, Gabe.
Hold on, I'm finishing.
Now that I actually
Literally,
remember some
come to
things,
my brethren.
those kinds of things
Good night,
might
Oliver.
change
Thanks for
the
stopping
game,
by.
so.
Meet me at the
Hey,
brethren.
yo.
Talking.
Hold
How long do you stop
on.
for, like,
Meet me
an
at
hour
the
and a half?
brethren.
Hold on.
I will
I'm
not.
finishing.
And-
Mom.
Whoa!
Phineas and Ferb are making me go visit pandas.
Phineas and Ferb are making me go visit the panda enclosure.
Honey, pandas are fine.
Did you hear the whole
Pandas
theory
are
about,
mid
like,
at best.
Have you seen
You
the theories
fucker.
about the theories with Phineas and Ferb are insane.
Phineas and
Yeah.
But
Ferb?
that's just the theory.
The fact that Phineas and Ferb
Okay.
never actually existed and Candace is a maniac.
Yeah. See, I prefer to
Candace
think.
is
I feel like-
ODing on
theories.
hallucinogens.
I feel like that's a theory for every show that.
But
has
I
ever
think
existed.
the director or the what do you call the people who make the show?
Directors.
Directors.
right?
Doctors.
Producers.
I think Dan confirmed on TikTok that was a false theory and that they
Yeah.
actually do exist
Yeah.
and Candace is not insane.
Dan Povenmire is a cool lad.
He's pretty
Pretty
funny.
Follow him on Twitter.
Now see the best.
The
Literally,
parents
where are
did-
you?
I'm finishing up
Acknowledge.
what I'm
Oh
doing.
my
okay?
god!
Well, the whole thing was it's because
Okay.
Phineas and Ferb do not
Sorry.
look alike at all.
The bridge that I
So-
was finishing was not being a bridge how I wanted it to be, so I had to fix it.
Alright.
That's fine because you just burned this bridge, so just gotta make another one.
Just
Good
like you
thing
burned
that I
down the
have
entire
lots of
fucking
blocks.
forest.
Well,
I did not. That is a lie. That's propaganda.
Proper panda.
I'm leaving.
To my brethren?
I feel bad. We're keeping
That would be
we're keeping
arriving.
Kano up really late right now.
Yeah, Gabe.
Yeah, we also keep it
I'm
late.
li-
Tim
who's
Rich is
Gabe?
usually off by now.
Oh,
too.
so, yeah, Mousy the best.
yeah,
sorry,
I'm
hold
also
on, I just
usually
have
off
to
by now,
read.
so I'm just...
Hold on, I just
This
have to
guy.
admire the beautiful texts.
I
For
hate
most
you.
they said text, and I was like,
Oh!
"What are you looking at?"
Don't worry about that.
Looking at Fang.
No.
Alright,
Where-
hello. Follow me. So, don't show anyone this, por favor. So, just do that. Bonk. Go in.
Not even a Jeb door.
Go in. Go in.
Seems like if I was secret.
Go in.
That is actually decent redstone wiring.
Oh my god.
The coal generator being there is a little wonky, but
Anyway,
Okay, we're here.
is this an intervention?
No.
take a seat. This is an intervention.
Wait.
Okay, so
Ah.
we can finally talk more about lore now without the worry of somebody
No one else joined.
listening on us.
Exactly. I
I'm
feel so
always
under-equipped. All
listening.
y'all have colorful armor. I'm just sitting here not wearing any armor at all. I'm like, Lore, time for no armor.
Oh, you're right. This is serious. Hold on.
Serious.
This is serious.
He put his glasses on.
He took the glasses off and that was it.
Ooh.
That means
Wait, Gabe,
it's
can you hand those here real
serious.
quick?
What?
Can you hand them here for a second?
No.
Por favor.
What are we talking about?
We
Alright.
just came to a big revelation about Mirage.
Oh.
That
Mhm.
Levi is behind everything. Because of
Per
course
usual.
Impressive.
And also, he probably killed Adam outside of Eden.
That's a little fucked.
he is. I mean, he killed other people too while we were here,
Right.
so...
Well, yeah, that
Very
doesn't
that's
mean
not
that killing
always
another person is
surprising.
any less fucked, but yeah.
Yeah.
It's
he
not very
probably-
poggers.
He also
True.
killed everybody else too from Beta.
Yes.
Not Sebastian, though. I don't know how the fuck he survived, but
Yeah.
He is one of you, whatever your last name is.
I don't know.
He's a
Doctor.
studios. He's a 24.
I mean
He's a
that
24.
that makes a lot
32.
of sense, you know.
Yes.
What?
I mean, in Mirage, and even Mirage doesn't know that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's why she hates Lauren so much, because she thinks that Lauren did it.
Right.
Now we just gotta reveal the truth and hope to God she believes it.
Well, it's still technically a theory, for being honest. We don't have
Yeah.
any.
But we
definitive
can
proof that's the
still,
case.
like, we can still tell her.
I've
Even if it's not true.
Yeah, let me
like,
go do a
if
ritual
it
and talk to him.
helps.
Well, I
If it
mean-
helps, then it helps, right?
yeah, I don't know. I think it would help, but also if there's a plan with the sword, then at least to get rid of the corruption, right?
Right. Yeah. No, he did mention that. The
Okay,
sword can be used to
idea.
get rid of the corruption.
Idea, right? So this is the antivirus sword. So it gets rid of the ick.
Mhm.
What if we I didn't do anything. What if we use the antivirus sword to get rid of the corruption at spawn, and since it's eating the corruption, that's like what it does. What if that brings it back to what it's supposed to be, like its normal state? You know?
Oh, you
What if?
Uh,
Yeah,
That's not a bad theory.
I know. It's because I had it.
True. It's like Gabe's his own love child or something.
You know, there are times when I really do think that Gabe reminds me a lot of Levi.
Stop saying that.
I don't want to
Stop
think that
saying
way.
that.
I don't want to think that way.
Oh, thanks.
Huh.
I don't want anything to do with him, man.
Yeah, Gabe, I'm moving out.
Hey, want to come move in?
Bruh.
Levi can never be
He's
as
like
cool.
he's like
Mean.
prepubescent Levi.
Stop. Who the fuck asked?
I mean,
Levi from
like
the
he was,
past.
like Dr. Cole
Stop.
said, that Gabe's this USB stick was like Gabe's conscience might just be in his office,
Oh yeah.
Egypt.
Huh? You
You're like
talking
skull,
shit?
Your like, skull is just
Yeah.
hidden somewhere in a file, somewhere.
Yeah,
Doc-
okay.
I'm probably gonna find it when we get out.
Don't
Yeah.
bother.
I will bother, bitch.
I'm gonna go with him in the wheelchair and go around the sand looking to Egypt for.
I didn't
home.
mean Egypt. I meant trying to find a USB key. But I don't know how you're gonna get around in the sand.
Trust me, this
Helicopter
way.
chair.
Yeah.
Do you have one of those hats that just like has a little spinny on top?
Mm. Anyway,
Anyway,
Going back to the point about telling Mirage, Dr.
yeah.
Poe was talking about how I asked if Mirage could be redeemed, and he said that as if she looks past her arrogance and her selfishness, then maybe. And even with, and even with knowledge of the truth, I was trying to tell her that Lauren wouldn't do that, and that Lauren is a good person, but she wouldn't hear it because that's the way she is right now.
Right.
And I feel like if
We
we
need to
told,
find
even if
something.
we told her that Lauren wasn't responsible, I feel like she would still resent Lauren and still hate her.
What if we can? Okay. This might be a stretch, but hear me out. So Mirage had the TNT that's like what is forbidden is precious, right?
Huh?
That's what the Hebrew said on the TNT. By the way, we found
There's
TNT.
Hebrew?
Yeah. So we went to
Next
now
thing you know,
now
you
I
look
can
at
tell
the
the
car
story
not
to somebody who
building
wasn't
up.
there.
Yeah, exactly.
Now I can tell the story. So basically, the expedition we went on Thursday was to find.
Oh yeah. By the way, Lucario Gabe and I are going back there today.
Oh,
I already told them that.
yeah. No, that's right. That's
Yeah.
right.
Right.
I didn't realize it was today.
So-
Okay. So we
That's
went to
why
this
I'm also late.
location. It ended up being Mirage's mansion, which is
Weird
could be her home from Beta that somehow was transported here. And we were looking through all of her stuff. The only thing that we could find was a piece of TNT with some Hebrew words on it. Kana was able to translate that to the phrase, "What is forbidden is precious." And we were trying to think of what that could mean.
Anyway.
Yeah.
So we know that plaque of what is forbidden is precious was in the administrative building, right?
Yeah.
Correct.
And we know Levi was probably the one who put it there / took it off,
Exactly.
right?
Yeah, we think it was Levi who put this
Right.
message there. But it's just about what that means
Now-
to him.
Do we know that Levi gave Mirage the TNT, right? Is that something that
That's a going theory.
I feel?
Not
Yeah, that's
That's
okay. That's a theory. I didn't
going
know whether or
theory.
not we knew that or that's theory. Okay, that's a theory. So, is there a way we can use this TNT connecting with that plaque that Levi put up to convince Mirage that it was Levi rather than Lauren?
I mean, I don't know
I
if
feel
that'll
like-
make a difference.
I feel like you should focus on proving your theory, not a theory first.
We can't do that here though. While we're stuck in Eden, we can't prove anything.
I don't think we should be showing our hand to her. If we tell her that we have the TNT, that just means that she knows
Oh,
that we've
well,
been
yeah.
to that location. And then she'll know that, like, we have access to something
hear me out.
powerful.
What if she doesn't even know that that location exists? Like, we have no confirmation that she has actually been there.
No, that's very true, and that's something that
Mm-hmm.
I considered as well.
I agree with you. We shouldn't show our hand, but that's also something we should think about.
Yeah,
Keep that in mind.
right. But I mean, if I have a theory that Mirage is very connected to the virus, and that virus is the reason why there is corruption at Spawn now.
Levi was the one who made the virus, right?
Supposedly, he claims that he did.
Supposedly. Okay. Because that was whole like Arc 1 bullshit, and I
Yeah.
was never there for that. So
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
That is correct.
Kano was the only one who was.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep.
And wasn't this isn't like a connecting anything, but wasn't Java part of the virus?
That's true.
She was the virus's control over Eve.
Okay.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it, Lucario.
Yeah, this is.
That's a long one.
Yeah.
Dad, it doesn't matter.
Okay, good. I don't need more
So,
heavy input.
hear me out.
Yeah.
If Java is the virus's control over Eve, is there any way that Mirage is the virus's control over Ash?
I don't think it's Ash. I think they're two separate entities, but I do think that the
Okay.
virus has some control over Mirage, and it's why she is who she is. So if
Okay.
we're able to use the antivirus sword on her, then maybe she'll
Hit the 1 2
listen
1
to
2.
us. Maybe she'll
We
hear
could hit
us
the
out.
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
1 2 1 2.
But yeah, that seems. So we can't tell her, because then she'll
Yeah,
know what we're
okay.
up to.
Yeah. Okay.
And that's why I have tied these things. Gabe, I've been writing the Teton.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah. So I've been
Been
hiding
watching her as
I've
she
been
writes
hiding
it.
messages in there
No,
for you guys.
I just
You
figured.
knew from the first day. I didn't. You knew from the first day. I had that conversation with you, and you knew right away. I figured that. But like, you didn't say
I
anything.
pride
So
myself on the size
you
of
didn't.
my brain.
You didn't
Thanks.
say anything, so that's fine. It doesn't
Well,
matter.
you were trying to keep it secret. I figured you were, you didn't
Yeah.
want people blabbing about it, so.
Well,
I
do
will be
want...
going through the Tedium books and
Well,
understanding the message.
Yeah, well,
Don't tell me. I want to figure it out.
Right, yeah, of course. But I do want people to read the Teton. I want the Teton to be talked about everywhere.
Got it. Understood.
Mm.
Gabe, as the mayor and right hand, let's spread propaganda.
Because, I
I'll
mean...
put it on the schedule.
Yeah. Because
I'll add it to the pile.
Haven and Mirage need to see them, so that way they are, it elicits emotions out of them. It either makes them angry, or intrigued, or whatever kind of emotion, as long as they don't
Get
read
them to
into
do
it.
something or whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Literally.
Yeah. While, hiding messages for the rest of us.
All right.
So seems like you have your plan for Mirage pretty cut and dry. Do you have any plan for Haven stuff?
Not yet. We don't really
I feel like
know
we
much
know
about
like
her.
nothing about Haven. Like,
Dr. Poe did
Yeah.
say something about her.
oh,
He mentioned something about when she first arrived in Eden, she talked to the spirits, and she said the same thing that she told us. I'm, here to basically control you and cause chaos. So
Right.
she
So-
said that to the spirits.
Thing that I'm slightly worried about. If whatever theory. So. Sorry. I'm slightly out of the loop, so correct me if anything that I'm saying is intrinsically incorrect.
Mhm.
So Ash and Mirage are linked. Potentially Mirage is a corrupted with the virus version of Ash, right? So say that is the case. We give them the old slap with the antivirus sword, make virus go bye-bye, say we have Ash back. What is preventing... Somebody has to have, slapped the virus there in the first place. Somebody's over this. It makes sense that that person would be Haven. What's preventing Haven from just slapping somebody else with the corruption, the virus, whatever?
No, I don't think it's
the
Haven.
best.
And
the
what
best
do we do
theory-
to prevent that?
The best theory we have going right now about what Mirage is something Levi created, rather than a person.
I mean, Ash is also something that was created. I think that Levi used basically copy and pasted.
Me too.
Basically copy and pasted
Oh, hello.
Ash's code to. You good?
Feel free to keep on talking.
Okay.
With the food poisoning and stuff, I just nearly
okay.
passed out at my
Yeah.
desk, so I'm just gonna get going to bed.
Okay,
So I'm
yeah.
gonna let you guys keep talking, but you
Alright.
guys have fun.
Good night.
I
Good night.
will send my people over to see you guys shortly. But just as a heads
I'm
up.
gonna be ending soon, so don't send them over to me.
Send them
Alright.
over to exclusively Rachel.
All right, guys, I'm gonna
Alright.
send over to Rachel.
Okay, feel better, Kano.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Okay.
Bye, King.
Bye.
Feel bad we kept so long.
Yeah, no, it's pretty.
I'm
late for him. It's
sorry.
no, you're good. We were gonna keep talking anyways, but just the idea that like, so basically what we know about Mirage is that she is a separate entity to Ash. They are separate. They existed separately back in beta, and Mirage does not like Ash. They have some sort of like, it's almost like a sibling
They're
rivalry.
beefing.
Yeah,
They're beefing.
Yeah, they're basically beefing. And
Constantly.
yeah, so as I was saying, the idea that Levi copy and pasted Ash's code and switched a couple things around to make Mirage.
Which is a fitting name, might I add.
Yeah. And so
Also, do we know if Mirage could do this whole shape-shifting shit in beta?
yes.
Or is this new?
No, this is she had it during beta.
Okay. Because if it was new, it means Haven gave it to her, which scares me.
Yeah, no,
but we're
Haven
okay.
gave her, I think Haven gave her other things.
Oh,
Shapeshifting
great.
was the only thing that she could do in beta. She was like a
Bro, can you
normal, she was a
read?
normal player like like how we are, but she could shapeshift, like Nova can teleport.
Bro had like the new game plus abilities. Like, what the fuck?
And then she gets sent away. She's stuck up in that box for, however long. And I'm guessing that, Haven probably got her out. And that's why she owes Haven.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And now Mirage is kind of indebted to her in a way and is helping her. And if we're able to use the antivirus sword to get rid of whatever is holding Mirage back, then we can potentially get her on our side.
I just think we should be really careful.
Well, of course, but it's just
Like-
thoughts.
Like, really, really careful about how we approach Mirage.
Yeah.
I personally don't think we should approach Mirage trying to redeem her. Because at the end of the day, that is ultimately her choice.
Yeah. I tried and failed, and I see the error in my ways, and, it's not gonna happen unless she provokes it, so.
Good. But don't let her provoke it and then manipulate you from it.
Well, exactly, yeah.
Because that is something that could easily happen.
Right. So.
Okay. Is that everything?
Yeah, that was everything that we talked about with Dr. Poe. There were a few other things that I wrote down notes for earlier about, like, Zoe and stuff.
There's there was also just small questions.
Oh, hold
Yes.
up.
Yeah.
I'm getting raided. Hold up.
There was think about Mao. We asked about Mao.
Well, we asked about beta players in general.
Yeah, there are probably more of them, but Dr. Poe can't.
Okay, back.
Yeah, welcome back. We asked him about beta members, and he said there were more, but he can't remember the names. Apparently, he can't remember the other members of beta unless they are introduced to us, with the exception of Haven, who he met before she met us.
From what we know, he knows.
Wait, hold on. Are you implying that Haven's from beta?
No. Wait,
Okay.
what? Wait, no! You just
Wait,
like,
hold on.
Now that's
Well, no,
spiraling.
because you said Dr. Poe didn't know the names of the people in beta until they're introduced to us, except Haven. What do you mean?
Yeah, so no, that's what he said though.
Brother. I'm so good at life.
At least from what I know, I don't have any
Okay.
connection to beta.
I'm gonna throw out a wild theory that well, you know what, Fang, I think you already know about this because
What?
Matt and I were talking a few weeks ago. It was on the day that Haven appeared, and we're like, there's a reason that Haven targeted Mousy. There's a reason that she brought her memories back. And then it brought up the idea that Haven could be Mao. And it makes more sense now because Dr. Poe says he hasn't seen Mao in a while.
Oh, no.
But, like, how could Haven, like, change? I don't know.
How could Haven change her identity?
Yeah, like...
Is that what you're about to ask?
Yeah.
Bro, we're moving under the assumption that Levi made himself into Lauren to kick out Mirage.
Yeah, that is true. So if Haven has the
If
same...
if Haven has the
and
same
Mao
sort of abilities...
Mao was Levi's favorite.
Oh my god. I'm gonna hit my head on a fucking desk. Oh my god.
So, how about
That
the four...
just made so much more sense.
How about the four of us go with this theory? I don't think we should tell anybody else.
No one else knows.
Especially not Kano.
Not
I
Kano.
was like... I wasn't going to mention it to Kano. And because if I told Kano, he would have told Mousy, and then that would have ruined everything.
Yeah,
Mousy got
no
it.
one else knows. Us four are the only four. No
Okay.
one else. Literally no one else.
Gabe, tell
I
no
mean,
one.
Matt kind of
Gabe?
does, but he's not here right
Hell
now, so...
fucking no one. Gabe.
Who's no one, and why am I
Your
telling
fucking
them?
mother.
Pickles
Okay.
clearly not.
What are you
Pickles can know,
what are you
but
telling them,
not-
Gabe?
I'm not telling him anything. Who?
Yeah, you don't know anything,
what?
do you,
Who?
right?
I don't know anything.
Okay,
There's
good,
nothing.
Good.
No thoughts had empty.
But write that down though. Write that down in your
Write
book.
that down. Write that down.
Okay.
Write that down. Write that down.
Man, it now makes me think that they're shapeshifted and to like do with my past. Oh, so
Dude,
many theories.
Rachel, how do we always do this? Whenever we're like trying to come up
I
with
had-
theories, we always like say something weird,
I had this...
and then we stumble onto it.
Yeah, I had this theory, like, weeks ago. But the fact that, like, specific details were mentioned today, now it's, like, basically confirmed. Like...
Haven is Mao. That's so
Yeah.
weird. I never even met Mao.
Yeah.
Wait
I
a minute,
think
wasn't
Dr. Poe
there?
specifically
Hold on,
said-
wait a minute.
Yeah.
I know there was a theory that Haven was this quote unquote coder.
I don't... Yeah, that's a rumor. I'm not quite sure.
Okay, because I don't know what this coder nonsense is about.
I mean, it's very likely that Mao could have also been a coder, and could have been another person who Levi got to do his bidding. Because she was his favorite.
God, I hate Levi.
I
You
am
know all the
too.
homies hate Levi.
I hate him too, and he's barely done anything to me.
Here's the chair.
My chair is sacred.
Damn it.
Get rolled.
Oh, you guys missed it.
Alright.
I told more about my backstory.
Yeah,
That's
you
okay.
missed the backstory.
There was Lore Cario?
Yeah.
Lord.
What's
When does
back
that-
here?
No, it's nothing. I already
You broke
wanted
the
to.
freaking leaves. Did you? It,
I showed up. I'm like, there's leaves in the corners. Turned
I
on
saw that
fancy
as well.
graphics.
My
Yeah,
fancy
you
graphics
picked
were
up
already
the
on,
leaves.
idiot.
okay, don't go
Yes,
be
I
mad at you.
did. I did. I whipped out the shears. It's okay.
Oh god.
Was that when Dr. Poe was here?
Ah.
I went on the Lucario Lore arc, or was that when Kano was?
It's Lore Cario. Thank you.
Oh,
All right, I think I'm gonna head back. I think I'm good.
Yeah.
There's nothing really
Us
else.
three gotta get going then.
Adventure.
Ambient. I'm gonna go turn off that portal.
Yeah, go for it. I'm just heading out. So
Yeah. So if you don't hear from
Also-
from
Nice chat,
Lucario,
boys.
Gabe. Actually, Gabe, before we let Rachel
yeah, we want
go-
to show Rachel the.
Yeah.
The
Oh,
port.
okay.
Yeah.
Oh, wait.
One more thing, quick before you go, Rachel.
Yeah,
we,
sure.
we at our house.
Hold on, I'll be right there.
Also, to fuel your guys' theory and it being correct, probably the reason that Dr. Poe would have known who Haven was before her being introduced to us is because she had already been introduced to us as Mao, and it was just like updated information.
Yeah.
Portal
At
after
your place,
portal.
right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Woohoo.
You've
Lucario,
been there
I-
before, actually, basically.
Oh,
You were pretty much there today.
I'm gonna be turning this back on because I'm gonna need to go home from there.
Let's go, gamers.
Gab here?
Hold up.
Gab, remember wormhole.
Is
Smile.
it above? Is it up?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, you've been there.
Get up.
Oh, okay.
Well, not there, but you've been
Yeah,
there.
yeah.
You've been there, but you haven't been there.
Exactly.
I love how we like. Oh yeah, Rachel's gonna get off. Keep it
Are
fair.
you already there, Gabe?
No, I took the nether because I'm a little silly.
You are a little silly.
This
Okay,
guy.
I'll show her. I'll show
Almost through the nether, so
her. Okay, let's come
I'll
to
be
the
there,
visual
like,
circle,
shortly.
Rachel.
I might
I'm
beat some people
I'm
still.
a little slow.
I'm a little
but
slow.
Rachel can't run as fast as Doris.
Wait,
You gotta
okay,
get
wait,
Rachel the
it's-
band. It's up here.
Wait, I'm following
No,
you,
but
Lucario.
for the uniqueness. We gotta be special, guys.
Hey, Nova has it.
No, forced scarcity.
Then we sell it.
Control the supply and demand, guys. Manipulate
This
the
is like
market.
the only
It
way
is
we
all the
could
way
have
back
got
up
Fang
to-
back here in an instant.
Yeah.
Or I could have saved Gabe when he went out on the adventure.
Yeah. So that's got pearls
Let's
for
just
all
wait
three
here.
of
Yeah,
us.
yeah. Well, we haven't shown it yet.
Oh.
Okay, I'm here.
We're waiting for you, Gabe.
I don't remember the exact block.
I think I know.
I
it.
do.
Oh, here he comes. I see the orange lightning. Orange flash.
Zoom.
Orange flash.
Zoom.
All right.
All right.
Watch
So
this.
right here.
Yep.
Okay.
This block. Remember the corner of the deep slate.
Yeah.
If we're not back by Thursday, please close all of these.
Okay. Got it.
Also, there's no actual way out other than for the Trident Squad. So have fun.
Goodbye.
What am I supposed
Goodbye.
to do then?
Goodbye.
Here, I'll let you borrow.
Oh, you
Get rolled. Come up, Lucario. Come up,
Here, come on,
Lucario.
come on. Look
I'll,
This guy.
you can drop down and try
Okay.
to tell.
Oh
Just
yeah, I'll
drop
let
the
you
water.
borrow.
It's much easier.
Oh,
No,
the
no.
water.
Here,
That's fine.
borrow.
Yeah.
Move away from me so you don't block it like I did, you fucking idiot.
It's been a
You
while
got
since
this.
it's been
You
a while
can
since
do
I've-
this.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah!
Alright, your turn. Come on.
All right.
Lord.
All right. Good luck on your
Come on,
adventure,
Lucario.
guys.
Okay, come on.
Fuck you.
Hope,
Thanks.
hope you're able to find something.
Yeah, I'll see
All
you
right.
later.
I'll talk to you guys later. Bye.
Later.
All right. I think we're going to end it here while we're running off. So, whoop. You know what? I will jump down here and then we will end off and then I'll just run home on my own. Not taking the path, cause why the heck not? Just going this way. Alright, we're just gonna stop here. Thanks guys for watching. I appreciate everybody sticking around. This was a much... Oh my god, it's almost 10:30. It's a much longer stream than anticipated, but I hope you guys enjoyed. Good night, CS. Good night, everybody who's still here. Appreciate all of you, and I'll see you on Thursday for lore. I mean, we gotta figure out what the what that phrase means. So we had some big revelations today, so better be prepared for the aftermath of that. I'm gonna send you over to let's send you over to Gabe, because Fang already got Kano's right. So we're gonna go ahead and do that. Thanks everyone for watching. Bye.